me, they say they were freedom fighters. When they welcome me, they say they were liberators. But when they kill their crown, they change their mind. When they kill their crown, they change their mind. What kind of people they so?
They are freedom fighters.
What kind of people they so?
They are freedom fighters.
You freedom fighter, you raping our women.
They are freedom fighters.
Freedom fighter, you killing our children.
They are freedom fighters.
Freedom fighter, you destroying our country.
They are freedom fighters.
Aye, ayo, 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 ayo. Ayo, ayo, ayo. Ayo, yo, ayo, ayo. Ayo, 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 ayo. Aye, ayo, 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 ayo. Ayo, ayo, ayo. Ayo, yo, ayo, ayo. Ayo, 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 ayo. When they were coming, they said they were liberators. When they were coming, they said they were liberators. But when they came their ground, they changed their mind. When they came their ground, they changed their mind. What kind of people they so?
They are freedom fighters.
What kind of people they so?
They are freedom fighters.
You freedom fighter, you raping our women.
They are freedom fighters.
You freedom fighter, you killing our children.
They are freedom fighters.
Freedom fighter, you destroying our country.
They are freedom fighters.
Aye, ayo, 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 ayo. Ayo, ayo, ayo. Ayo, yo, ayo, ayo. Ayo, 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 ayo. Aye, ayo, 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 ayo. Ayo, ayo, ayo. Ayo, yo, ayo, ayo. Ayo, 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 ayo. Music. Aha. Wani makianya warawa monyonju kweyon. Wani makianya warawa monyonju kweyon. Ke wana wa kunangira. Wasia wa pebiabu. Wana wa kunangongwa. Wasia wa pebiabu. Kena be monya be nyaka.
I'm a freedom fighter.
Oh, wa monye o.
I'm a freedom fighter.
My freedom fighter get in your job your kwasa.
I'm a freedom fighter.
My freedom fighter get in your do your baba.
I'm a freedom fighter.
My freedom fighter get in your people on TV.
I'm a freedom fighter.
Aye, ayo, 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 ayo. Ayo, ayo, ayo. Ayo, yo, ayo, ayo. Ayo, 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 ayo. Aye, ayo, 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 ayo. Ayo, ayo, ayo. Ayo, yo, ayo, ayo. Ayo, 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 ayo. Wani makianya warawa monyonju kweyon. Wani makianya warawa monyonju kweyon. Ke wana wa kunangira. Wasia wa pebiabu. Wana wa
They came as freedom fighters.
pebiabu. Kena be monya be nyaka.
I'm a freedom fighter.
Said they were freedom fighters, but we don't know what they end up being.
I'm a freedom fighter.
My freedom fighter
Folks, if you're joining us for the first time, we want to welcome you to Talk Liberia on the Cross Africa Network.
to be your baba.
I'm a freedom fighter.
As often said, I'm your host, your humble Seven Lofa Julius, and I come to you live from the people city of Raleigh, the state of North Carolina.
Ayo, ayo, ayo. Ayo, yo, ayo, ayo. Ayo, ayo.
Tonight, you will be blessed with the voice of some big guns.
Ayo, 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 ayo. Ayo, ayo, ayo. Ayo, yo, ayo, ayo.
Of course, the man Sylvester Pee Wee is in the building tonight.
Ayo,
And you're talking about the man Alex Jones.
ayo, ayo, ayo. Ayo, yo, ayo, ayo. Ayo, ayo, ayo.
Elston the Legend.
Music.
And Rick Benson Nicole. Oh, do us a favor, share the video, invite somebody, tell somebody else to come and be a part of tonight's conversation. Not forgetting the man Derek Yella. Yella is going to be in the building tonight. part of this excitement. Share the video. Tell somebody else to come and be a part of the conversation. We're getting ready. We're getting excited. A lot of things on the tip of the to discuss. The whole lot of conversation to be able to digest and just put forward. Phone lines will also be open. We'll give you the opportunity to contribute to the conversation. We can start bringing in our guests. Let us just do ourselves a favor. Share the video. Folks, again, like we said, it is about 8:11 my time, Eastern Standard Time. We promise you we'll be here at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And without much delay, we will start bringing in our panelists. We will not refer to them as guests tonight. They are panelists. And Wule is here tonight already. Let me keep early. Wule. You're not Liberian, man. I don't know what up Wule is Liberian. Anyway, but it's good to be here. I see Alex is already here. I see my brother Sylvester Pee Wee is already here. So good thing. I would have been judgmental, but the fact that both of them live in the diaspora, so I can't really be judgmental because I would have said that the other people with you on Liberian time. But anyway, they're Liberian too. Guys, welcome to the conversation. This is Talk Liberia. I think this will be my brother Sylvester Pee Wee's debut on here. As far as Alex, you've been here too many times that people got tired of seeing you, so they blocked you.
So you stop inviting me back, right?
I
did that again.
I would not say I stopped inviting you. I would simply say the people got tired of you, they blocked you. But anyway, let's start with you, and then Elston, the legend, we say is also tonight is also his debut on here as well on Talk Liberia on the Cross Africa. We'll start with you both. Since Alex is, he's a pioneer on this platform. We'll not pay much attention to him. We'll start with you guys. So let's start with you, Pee Wee. Welcome, Sylvester.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Look for Alice. Yeah, he may escape. I want to say, well, good to see you, my dear brother.
I want to address you.
It's good to see you too.
Yeah, good to see you, my dear brother. But we now focus on 2029. I hope this time around you won't let us down. You will come back so we can do this.
You're done. You were just that serious for me.
But on the most serious note, I'm very thrilled to be on the show this evening. Looking forward to diving into a national concern of our country. It's always a good thing. Let me commend you, Julius, for this informative and very, very unique platform that is here to go more deeper into the problem of our country today and where we will sometimes critique when necessary and proffer necessary solution to the problem, because that should be our mission. We come sometime, we go through the processes and the rest of it, and we proffer our own way of seeing how we can fix the problem back home. We do have a laundry of issues back home in the country, a lot of them unfolding, both negative and positive, but it is incumbent on us now to serve as a watchdog of the community, because this kind of platform really do well in trying to checkmate those that are trying to pillage the resources of our country or mismanage the country resources, if you will. So it's a very nice time to be on this show as my debut appearance tonight. I'm looking forward to time being part of the program, Julius. But thank you very kindly.
Thank you. Definitely. Legend, welcome. The word legend in itself describes a lot. Man, so there's not much need to describe or introduce the brother because the word legend in his name speaks a lot to who he is and the fact that the media, he's of a media background, media personality. So we say welcome to the platform, be a part of the conversation. Thank you for being here tonight, my brother.
My greatest pleasure, and look forward to having a very spirited show. And we're here to push the issue of Liberia, and like I always say, Liberia is first. I have no intention of aligning myself with any political institution, but in my purview, my country will always be first. Thank you.
Thank you. Guys, I think I shared the show with you all please feel free to share it with friends and family to come and be a part of it. And let us have a great conversation tonight. I want you all to understand that this is a roundtable conversation, with the exception of the fact that I'm only serving as a moderator to make sure that we can just maintain some level of sanity. I'm not concerned about the civil aspect of it. I know we are again professional people on here, so I'm not worried about it. I will sit and learn. I will listen and learn a lot. So thank you all for being here and accepting the invitation to discuss Liberia. We have a variety of issues to discuss. I know DeLon is supposed to be on here. Emmerich is also going to join us as well. We will not wait and delay our audience. I know what's your name, Derek, is supposed to join us as well, but let us not delay and wait for others to join us. We will move Liberia forward. When others decide to be a part of the process to move Liberia forward, they can join us in the process. So we will not wait for everybody to be ready to move Liberia forward. So let's move forward. Ellis, introduce yourself
Yes.
shortly, and then let's get into the conversation, boss man.
Thank you very much. My name is Alex Chuchu Jones, and I'm currently the a director of the movement to make Liberia better, and a former presidential aspirant, as well as a writer on Liberia social and economic, dilemmas. So again, I think I've been here several times, and it's always a pleasure to discuss the real issues and get away with sentiments and partisans like my brother over there, Pee-wee. Pee-wee, it's good to see you.
I'm going to pick you first.
Yes, we got to start with that. So it's good to be here, and I hope we have a stimulative discussion with these powerful men, brilliant men.
No, but Alex, let me say this quickly. I will, in the coming days or coming weeks, if you will, I'll be coming up with some pronouncement that I will leave partisan politics and focus on the process about the new progressive movement and the night of objectivities now. I will be announcing soon that I'm no longer going to be in the shoe of a partisan politics. No. The focus point now is to project the country image and to critique whatsoever that will go against the country. So the partisan process is over. As you said,
That's very good, Pee-wee.
No, the partisan process is now over. We now focus on moving the country forward.
You know,
excellent.
Let me be honest with you guys, though. I see a lot of people now coming within my domain. I will use the terminology domain because that is well within my comfort zone. When we say our domain, that means our little area. Yeah, you guys are gradually coming in. So now we will control the dynamics of things. Everybody remaining independent and moving Liberia forward. I would say, though, I don't want to push the button, but I'm pretty sure Legend himself will claim to be just as much an independent, but he support to some extent on a boycott, but he will claim to be an independent and remaining on the side of Liberia. So all of us on here tonight, we are on the side of Liberia, but we will find out who's really on the side of Liberia tonight. We'll find out. So Legend, we will start with you. The fact that my brother Pee-wee said he wants to stay in the middle going forward. As a matter of fact, he's going to turn Lofa County over to the independents so that we can determine who becomes the next president. Come in with your rebuttal. What you make of that statement? And just coming from Pee-wee, man, what do you make of that? Let's try to show this way.
Well, it is laudable. I think, I don't know, should I say that's based on my own intuition? I could see that a lot of people should kind of think in that direction, because I think party lineage kind of blind a lot of our people. I've come to realize over the years in our country, a lot of people who are partisans of political institutions or heavily aligned with political leaders, whenever they speak on national issues, sometimes they become very blind with their utterances. And that has hindered us a lot. Because of those reasons, you see people play blind eyes to a lot of things. Like for once, I strongly supported Ambassador Bwaka because he was the front runner against George Weah's government in terms of those who were opposed to Weah's presidency. But I always tell people, prior to Bwaka being the front runner, the three people who I liked opposing George Weah's presidency, Mr. Cummins, Councillor Gonglo, and Mr. Bwaka. But the Liberian people have to have shown Mr. Bwaka, because Liberians have a way of showing you who they are leaning to war. So they show us that they were leaning toward Ambassador Boakai, which of course eventually ended up being the truth. He ended up defeating George Weah. That's why you I keep telling people I supported Ambassador Boakai, but no, I supported the opposition, and those were my three paramount choices: Councillor Gonglo, Mr. Cummins, and Mr. Boakai. But the Liberian people opted for President Boakai, so that's why I kept preferring the message and the leadership of President Boakai, and which came to fruition. He's the president today.
Thank you, Legend. If you don't mind, I'm gonna just reference you as Legend. If that is,
My name is Elston. My name is on the screen, but you can call me Legend. A lot of my friends know me as a Legend, but my family know me as Elston. But it's okay. Either.
So yeah, I probably sometime might just refer to you as Elston and Legend. I hope you don't get offended based on how I reference you. But let's start the conversation, guys. You all have been following the recent incident. All right, the most recent one would be the president's visit to Ivory Coast. But we would not start with that. We would start with something opposite. Well, let's just say, let's start with this. I want to start with Alex Cruz. I think it will be fair. Yeah. Alex, let's get into this conversation this way. Let us put the Boykai's administration 30 days activity under the microscope. We want you to evaluate and give us your grade on their performance in the past 30 days. Your 30 days performance. Let us discuss. Somebody before you can even come in, Alex. Somebody said, what happened to the roundtable? The roundtable was a program that we started here during the elections, and unfortunately, we fell off. But eventually, we will bring the roundtable back, where people would take, the initiative to be on here for us to discuss Liberia Board of Partisans. So we'll bring the roundtable back. I can promise you that a lot of Liberians, a lot of young people are reaching out, and they definitely want to be a part of the roundtable. So we'll bring it back. But let's start and let's focus on tonight's conversation. Alex, let's start with the current administration, man. Go ahead. Evaluate the current administration. Tell us, what do you make of it, bro?
Okay, so it's good, and I'll be very brief. But let me just lay some context. I think it's imperative for every Liberian to look at Liberia's situation, political situation, objectively, not from the standpoint of party. I think I am one of those people who have always looked at Liberia objectively, not tooting my own horn. But I've never aligned with any party. I've never aligned myself with any, candidate. In other words, I may support a candidate or an individual, but if I don't see those values and see, certain principle, I disassociate myself. Okay.
Right.
So go to your question, and I think all Liberians are doing. I'm happy that Pee-wee have gotten to that evolution, to say that the country is first, not an individual. And also Legend is saying the same thing. So when I look at Liberia, I look at it in the context of Liberia within itself and Liberia compared to other African countries. Okay. Particularly countries that are similar, in history, similar in size, similar in population and potential. Then also I look at three areas of Liberia: social, political, and economics. So I'm trying to be as subjective as possible, because if you can't, you can't just look at just one aspect of a presidency and say, okay, because the economy is good, so the country is doing better. That's for Liberians who are not professional and who don't look at things in that thing. Okay, so socially, to answer your question now, Honor Joseph Boakai, the last almost 2 months, has been very poor. Very, very poor. I would say worse than, you have a social disruption worse than George Weah so early. If you go to Liberia, everything is a fight. Everything is like almost like like a rookie. One aspect to appoint members of your own cabinet. You win the election in November, right? You have December, January, 2 months. You come in to inherit a very bad situation, right? George Weah immediately after the election conceded, set up, did everything, to the surprise of everybody in the world. What were you doing for 2 months that you can't even get your primary cabinet members who will help you in the transition? You can't get your gender minister who will start looking into gender issues. You can't get your police director, your potential police director nominee who will start to go and visit the police station and to see, you can't get your minister of finance. It's as if you're waiting for people to buy a position for you, or you're waiting to use the country. So socially, it's been a complete disruption. It's been very chaotic and still is. You come to power, you don't have a policy. What's your social agenda? What's your social policy? What are you trying to achieve? You understand? Then as far as integration, you talk about uniting the country. Okay? What have you done to make other people in the opposition? Cummings, you mentioned. Cummings is a very big popular figure in Liberia. What has been your effort to reach out to him and say, listen, even in America, where the Democrat Republicans, when someone wins the election, they will at least bring in someone. Usually, the Secretary of Defense is going to come from the opposite party. That's been a culture here. Okay, so socially, it's been a complete chaos. All right. So worse than any time, worse than Ellie Johnson post-war. Ellie Johnson, George Weah never had these problems in terms of nominating, selecting. He was on top of his game. After the election, we had, something to go by. He had a pro agenda. He had something going that people could buy. Nothing with Joe Parker yet. No economic policy, no social policy, nothing. And you expect that from people who say they're more educated, like the worker people that jumping around, oh, we got this person and that other person. So bang, D or E, in fact, right? Economically, like I said, mentioned, you campaign on rescue, and I think everyone can see rescue means the hardship of Liberia. He talked about it, the bread and butter issues, rice prices, employment, programs to help people economically. You forget about that. You take $600,000. You campaign, all the different slogans and what have you. The people suffering, you come to rescue. You take $600,000 to have to have an inauguration that was a complete mess by any standard. You could not even manage any, a ceremony. It became an embarrassment and a waste of money. Okay. You still up to this day, Liberia still does not have an economic policy. You haven't even heard from your finance minister. Up to this day, he has not held, to the best of my knowledge, a press conference in telling you how you're going to attack the GDP, how you're going to attack employment, how you're going to attack growth, how you're going to attack, payroll. So I don't understand these people. So economically, what are we to go by as the analysts on the outside to say, okay, give us something that we can say this government will be hopeful or to judge you by? Everybody just looking up to the old man himself like he's sleeping. So politically, like I said, the whole country is disrupted. Everybody that so many people I knew that were big Buckeye fans, I knew Buckeye was going to be a complete loser. I was one of the first that came out. They're not loser because anything's personal, but he's never been a performance in his life. He's held numerous positions. And one of the reasons why I so despise Cummings was why does Cummings even go to this man, this Buckeye Unity Party? So I blame Cummings personally for resurrecting Buckeye. That's the only reason why you see me at Cummings, we're not on the same level, because Cummings should have known better. But we're not discussing Cummings today. I knew it, and a 6-year-old would know it, that Buckeye is nothing but a tribalist. He's an inefficient manager. He has not performed in any position, including the vice president position, where Ellie himself distanced herself from him. So that's my assessment. This man gets an E in those 3 areas.
Did you say E?
E. The worst in Liberian history.
Wow.
So far. Maybe it will change, but for now, I can challenge anybody to that.
Alex Chuchu Jones, evaluation of Honorable Joseph Newman Buckeye, 30 days or more in office, stakes at E. Wow. With that said, I would have gone to, my brother Pee Wee, but I don't think it will be fair. Let me bring Eston, the legend, we said in. I don't think it would be fair to continuously pound on this government in a way Alex started. I was hoping for a much more smooth transition. And if I just bring it would not be fair. Legend, I'm not trying to signal out anybody here, but I think it would be fair. Let me just dilute things a little bit. Legend,
Right.
let's from you, boss man.
Well,
Alex, what do you
to be to be candid or expedient that you came to me having heard or listened to the brother, and that is not a very fair assessment of a relatively new government. And I will say this, I'll premise this by saying that firstly, I want to give a huge commendation to the president that preceded him, President George Manuel Weah. President Weah was exceptional and very graceful in how he left state power. That is so uncommon in Africa. We acknowledge that and we give it to him. But having said that, this is a new government. One, two, you know what? When you are being truthful and being objective, it's easier for you to speak pretty fluently. I don't see why you have an issue with Mr. Cummings, who I like a lot. Trying to liaise with President Bouaka, who have been on the ground and has a lot of following because he comes from one of the most populous political institutions, Unity Party, for them to work together. Don't forget, the greater good here was to unseat a government that was very inept, George Weah government, and it didn't materialize. They didn't come to a cohesion for them to form a team out of Mr. Cummings here and Bouaka go as VP or Mr. Bouaka here, Mr. Cummings. Either way will suffice for me. I like Mr. Cummings a whole lot, like I've repeatedly said. So this government, I think a lot of you are agreeing the government so harshly, and they started on a very slow footing, and part of the objective, outspoken aspect of mine, considering that during the inauguration, they had some lapses here and there. The choice of how they ran the whole program, considering the humidity in the country, how it was handled, the president-elect, what he went through, he got humiliated. He had to leave. We're all completing his program, and I heard some mismanagement of funds with all of that. But those are things that will come about. We hopefully they can resolve those issue amicably and bring those those who are the perpetrator to book. Their committee set up in every sphere of the country. But to just look at a government that have just come to power relatively short time, they have 100 days deliverable. They've not even come close to completing 100 days in power. I understand you see the pace at which they are moving. We can easily deduce that they may not deliver as they say on the 100-day deliverable. But let us be objective and let us give them the time. And I will conclude on this. Whenever Mr. Weah, who I did not support, I could never support because I came from the sports journalism background. I have a demonstrable education in mass communication, and I was heavily involved with sports in Liberia. I was once upon a time a sportscaster on radio and TV in the middle of the 2000s, and I knew who President Weah was, and because of those reasons, I could never support his presidency. But I like him personally as a person, and I'm a huge IE fan, so I hold a soft spot in my heart for him. But I didn't support his presidency. But whenever he came to state power, his first 2 years, I wrote nothing against him. Now everybody cannot be me, and I have a reason for that. I thought to myself, as a very level-headed person, how can I criticize this man? And he hasn't sat down to do the work that the Liberian people gave him. Although I did not support him, but I lied the first 2 years when I saw the way the country was headed, and when Liberian, let's for instance, hypothetically, the Liberian people said we do not want Mr. Samuel Tuer as finance minister. They didn't say uprightly, but from the way he was running the finance ministry, the people, there were public outcries. But I heeded that, but he did not. But after the first year, I said nothing about those. The second year, into the second year, before I became critical of him and started to write on my page and be more outspoken, like I would call in Liberia on radio stations and speak with a lot of friends, people who I know, I would criticize Weah. So give this government a chance to put the feet down, let them do the people work. If they do not deliver after a year plus, you can become critical. Like I said, everybody not me. But logically, how can you criticize somebody who have not had a chance to do what pleased to do? It doesn't make sense to me. But again, that's me. That's just how I proceed. I will say that in conclusion, I never criticized Weah in the first 2 years because why? what we are going to be criticizing, we are on. He have not had a chance to perform. That's how I think, and that's how I rationalize issue. That's
So
just
what would be your grading if you were to grade the performance, the 30 days mark? What would be what would be your grading
I would
stick?
say a fair B, because initially they were slow in terms of how they were nominating people and you know, putting people in positions for the various ministries and agencies. But I think they have picked up the pace a little bit. Sometimes like that school, sometimes, you know, the start of the school year is challenging, but then at the time go by, even soccer match or basketball match, at the time progresses, you pick up and you keep up with the pace. So I think we are heading in the right direction. We just hope that the country stay on course. The thing that I want to focus on, if they can curb the drugs, you know, and make sure the country is stable for the people to make ends meet and try to reduce the price of things, we're heading in the right direction. This is an age-old problem that they're trying to solve. We should give them time to perform. It is so unjust to criticize somebody for something they have not had a chance to do. So unjust in my purview.
B has a great mark based on his assessment and the recent experience from everything else that happened. Brother Pee Wee, let's hear from you based on your own assessment and evaluation of the 30 days mark of Honorable Joseph Numa Boakai. Let's hear from you. Give us your evaluation publicly, not just in your mind, but tell us, what do you make? Alex said E. My brother Legend, Esther said actually B, as in boy. That means you're flying. You know what I mean? When I was in high school, when I got B, I was okay with it. I was not the smartest, but I got B. I was okay with it. So let's hear from you, brother.
Yeah, thank you so closely. For me, I'm going to look at it from several perspectives. As a student of politics and political science, as a student of public policy, as a student of international relations, I'm going to look at it from those perspectives. Now, first and foremost, to go back to security. The president, the current president of our country, was a vice president for 12 years. 12 years as vice president. The current president of our country served in different structure of our government. At the level of LPRC Managing Director, LPMC, and the Minister of Agriculture. He even headed the NORC before during the civil crisis. He headed that institution also. So he's someone that came to the presidency with in the range road of experience, right? Level-headed in terms of that. So his qualification aspect coming to the job, we expected him to be prepared and get the job done running from the get-go. He started on a very rough note, and it's quite unfortunate that would happen. But again, quickly, let me send this moving forward, that I don't think it will be a kind of a justifiable thought process from my end to try to grade the administration within just the 30 days. I'm not telling the 30 days or almost, because the government will hit 50 days tomorrow or Monday. Will be 50 days, yeah, right? So, but a lot of things started in a way and manner that we didn't expect. For instance, the way the inauguration process started. Now, when it comes to the level of our foreign policy representation, Article 57 of our Constitution states that the president will represent is the chief foreign policy architect of the country. Ever since the president took office, 2 major international gatherings, he skipped them. That is a manner to the country representation, right? The country should represent our foreign policy interests. He didn't attend the AU meetings in Addis Ababa. That is a serious African leader gathering where they discuss and put into place major policy processes in terms of the economics of Africa, trade and commerce of Africa, and the rest of that. The president did not attend that function. That was not a good sign for the country. The president also did not attend the ECOWAS head of state club. He did not represent us. That was a problem from that perspective. And the way they handled the situation in terms of security, the way they handled the situation less than 30 days or less than 2 months in his presidency, the issue from the issue from Cape Town, right? The way it was handled, we had 3 of our citizens got killed from that process. In terms of the security that would engage, that was troubling from the beginning of a presidency. Now, with the process about the Controller General of the Republic of Liberia committed, and because part of the president's commitment during his campaign process, that civil servant would have always taken pay before the 20th of every month. Up to current, you have not come current to that. So it's unfortunate that most of the commitment they made, there was a circular, there was a transmittal letter sent out from the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning indicating that dormant payroll should be submitted by the 10th of every month, and by the 15th, between the 15th and the 20th, civil servant will be folded. Their bank account will be charged and the rest of that. That is also not successful. No, so there's a lot of lapses unfolding. But I would want to currently, if you were to ask me, basically currently in terms of the process, I would want to say these are serious lapses that we expect the government to move quickly and correct. They're in that they're starting on a very terrible note in terms of the first half of the 100 days. Now, I would all want to move also to commend the president on this note, on the issue about the creating the war crime court in the Republic, Julia, something you, myself, and everyone are craving for currently. I would commend him for that. That's the only super thing the president has proven. Part of the committee have proven to us Liberians that I think he's on course on that. But the rest of everything that's unfolding in the country currently in terms of the appointment, you remember, we have less than 10% of the government currently confirmed. Only cabinet minister being confirmed. Only cabinet minister proper. Few deputy ministers at the level of the foreign ministry, for instance. Only the minister of foreign affairs is confirmed. Only the minister of foreign affairs. No assistant minister confirmed. No deputy minister confirmed. At the level of the foreign ministry, we don't have a chief of protocol of the Republic of Liberia who arrange the responsibility of the chief of protocol is to arrange all major protocol activity of the president and national bureaucratic officials' activities across the country. We don't have chief of protocol of the executive marshal who plan the itinerary of the president moving forward. The president visited just recently in the La Côte d'Ivoire. How did we plan all of these things? We don't have that. So in terms of the executive will have to move a little bit faster in terms of having the structure of government well into place. There are a lot of lapses still unfolding. As we speak, we don't even have a Minister of National Defense. Can you remember this? We don't have a Minister of National Defense, a very paramount position in terms of our defense mechanism of the Republic. Lot of things we need to put into perspective. I would think he is the most qualified person ever to take on the presidency of Liberia, but the way he's unfolding with things, the way he's dangling, the meandering way he's conducting his affair of state is troubling. So I wouldn't want to say I would give this line of that line to say I want to wait a little bit, and that is fair enough. And I agree. I want to wait. I wouldn't even hit the government very hard within the first 6 months. I will wait for the 100 days to pass. I will wait for the 6 months to pass. But I would think the way he's going, Julius, federal panelists, I wouldn't be surprised if he were to start having some major problem, because they say when your Christmas will be good, you know from the if. There's some on the most serious note, but I wouldn't really hit him hard with some punches as we speak on the basis of his performance in the next 50 days. I would love for all to wait and see the next 50 days moving forward. Now the U.S. government, our partners, now engaging Mr. Boakai very well in terms of the approach to the war crime process. He approached an issue. Another thing he did also is the establishment of the asset recovery thing. We're looking for. We want to see how it's going to move. We hope it should not be on the basis of prejudice. There should be no intent to prejudice this kind of a thing. It should be on the basis of people conducting free, fair, and assessment of a process unfolding. So a lot of things have happened in the past 50 days, but I believe that the president and his team started on a very, very terrible note, and they will have to do some assessment. As everyone is scrambling out for a job, even the party chairman fighting to get a job. They finally took him to the port as board director. He's still holding on. You're accusing other people of violating the code of conduct while your own officials themselves are violating the code of conduct. It's unfortunate.
Great. Wow. It's unfortunate that even the party chairman of the UP is scrambling, fighting for survivor. And when we say for survivor, we mean job. Alex, coming in here, and I will go back to Esther, because it's only fair I would like to get his view on both of you guys' view assessment of the past 30 days or more of the current government. But Alex, you listen to Elston. You also listened to my brother Pee Wee. What's your take on it?
Well, first of all, to my brother, my young brother there, legend. Every time I hear a young person, to be quite honest with you, right here, a young, vibrant person that lives in the 21st century tells me they support somebody like a Gongolo or Boyka to lead a country in the 21st century, I get very disappointed. Okay? For two reasons. One is these are the people who have led us to where we are today. Liberia is the poorest, the seventh poorest nation in the country. It's a laughing stock. These are the people who are ministers. Today, that country today is a hopeless, a basket case of failure after failure with these people. Even the UN gave up on Liberia. Nowhere in the history, the UN went to Liberia, spent billions of dollars, trained people, did everything possible, brought in experts from all around the world, even paid. Because of these people, the Bwaka, the Gongolos, the Salifs, all the old people, the country is still hopeless. Okay? So maybe I expect that coming from somebody like Pee Wee, because I have friends and older generation. But even Pee Wee know better to look at a younger person that is in tune with we're in tune with the world. So I would much rather have George Weah, who is less experienced, but more current with the prevailing situation, more current with technology, more current with how the world is a youthful country. More Ibrahim said it. The Irish age in Liberia is what, 18? Okay, he can relate more to them. He can identify more with them. He has contributed something to Liberia, whether through sports or through peace process. Then a Boyka or Gongolo. Look, you don't have confidence in yourself. Yeah. If you were running against Boyka, 10 out of 10 times, I would rather choose you. If Dova you are running against a Boyka or Gongolo, I would choose him. Just for the mere fact that Joseph Boyka, or you or Julius can come on a platform and have an open discussion. When last have you ever seen Joseph Boyka in your life, even capable of coming to have a panel discussion? These people are nothing but tribal leaders. These are the people who embrace female circumcision in Liberia, go to the counties. They don't believe in an open society. They don't believe in your progress or your development. They just want you to carry the bags. That's why when I see people like Marty Colley, who was a young man that I had some respect for, will bow down to the Joseph Boyka. That it tells you in the future of what we're learning today as young people is useless. Because all that we come with learn, change, technology, go around the world today. El Salvador, New Zealand, even in UK. Look at the prime ministers, look at the presidents. And we sit down here and somebody like Joseph Boyka. So when I come out, even before any day started, and tell you that Joseph Boyka is a failure, he's a dinosaur, he will accomplish nothing progressive in Liberia, it's not personal. Here's a man that never campaigned. This is a man that never had a press conference to tell you his own policy and agenda. How can any young person, you see people like, energetic, what you call, eloquent people in your lifetime, people like Barack Obama, people, all around the world. And you sit here and you say, I have faith in Joseph Boyka? Jesus Christ. So that's what I have to say to you, my brother. Think about it tonight. Think that you're too smart for that. Your future, you should be the one who keep coming. Or for the 6 years, or I think I'm old for Liberia. I think I'm not current with technology enough for Liberia. And how in the world I would choose somebody like Joseph Boyka? So Joseph Boyka is a failure. Whether you wait 30 days, 60 days, 100 days, 2 years, 10 years, 24 years. His time has passed. He's had opportunity. He's proving that he's ineffective. He's proving that he's not even a very high IQ person. What issue have you ever read one paper from Joseph Bourga before on anything? No. One paper I've been Googling for the last 3 years. I don't have a paper that said or article Joseph Bourga wrote this thing. The only reason he should be president because he's a tribal chief and that Liberia is an ignorant society with one of the highest illiteracy rate and people don't know better, but you know better. You live in a Western country. You've seen other countries. You can't act like the way the country people act. You can't act like the way the illiterate people act. You should be teaching them. My mother is an uneducated woman. I can't go to her and say, oh, teach me about technology, teach me about the future. I should step up and say, this is how the future works. And this is people talking about going on Mars. People talking about AI and chat GDP. And you talking Waka in the same sentence? Because these greedy young people like Amara, Kone, opportunists, and Brahma Kamara, who are losers, they can't do anything in the life besides Liberian government. That's why he went to UN. The people fired him for incompetency because they want to come into government and steal, so they will support anybody. All right. So let me say this: the time does not matter. Okay. First of all, you're inheriting a country that's at a very critical juncture. Liberia does not have 6 months to waste me an old man who don't have any ideas. The Harvard University president, okay, she was just Claudine Gay. She became the first female president of Harvard University. Within 6 months, they removed her. Okay, that was a 10-year position. Okay, in 6 months, they remove her. That's serious, people. Not because she's a woman or not because, she just got in a position. You think the people will wait that she take Harvard University down the tube that they built all this time because they won't give her time? So that's what you're doing in Liberia. There are people who born today, young people who don't have any opportunity. They don't have any education. They don't have any means of survival. People in the hospital, very JFK that the burger can use. You think they have 6 months? You know how many people dying and how many people will die as a result of waiting? So we can selfishly sit here and say, let's get it man time. Because we're comfortable. Your child don't have to go to JFK. You can go to work on tomorrow. You can go to work on Monday. You can get a pay. So it's selfish for anybody to see the direction of the future of a country, whole generation, 4 million people or plus. And you sit in your comfort zone and say, it don't affect me. So that's knowing very well, like what the man said, you can't even attend meetings. If you get a job today, they hire you for a job today, and you show up, and in 1 week time you don't perform, they can let you go. They're not going to wait for 2 years.
Thank you, Alex. Let leave it at that and bring in Elston and Emmerich. Welcome to the show, guys. I'm literally getting hit for the fact that the platform is not balanced. It's not gender balanced. So yes, Cindy Martin will be joining us, even though with her appearance on here, it's still not going to be balanced, but at least we have a female appearance. So I'm sorry, guys. I wasn't planning to just take you off balance, but yeah, she's going to be on here. I'm pretty sure a lot of you are aware who says yes, Cindy is, but she's going to be joining us. Let's hear from Elston. Elston, you heard all the criticism, my brother.
Yes.
That's too much for one person.
No, we're doing great, to be quite honest. And I'm a buttress you, Love. I'm a huge proponent of women appearing on this platform. We need to have women on the show, so I look forward to seeing her. But let's get to where my brother left off. So don't forget, President, we came to prominence in terms of the political arena because I was one of those who were present the program that he was petitioned to run on the CDC ticket. I was one of those covering that program for Power Radio and TV. It was held at Monrovia City Hall when the petition George Weah, and he was a popular figure, no secret about it. 1995 World Best Winner, African Best Winner, Arthur Ashe Award recipient, the list is endless. But by virtue of the fact that he was opting for a second term and the Liberian people denied George Weah a second term, it tells you he had a serious problem when he ran the country. He sat taciturn. He did not speak much on national issue. How can people die mysteriously and there are public outcries from the Liberian citizenry for you to speak out and you say absolutely nothing? They're not going to re-elect you. I would say here, I don't want to dwell on Weah because he's history now. But if he was serving the countries in a right manner, considering he was overwhelmingly elected as a president, I'm going to speculate just around 64% of people voted for him during his first go around when he won the election. I think a lot of people were going back for him. He underperformed. That's why he was not given a second chance. But here's why I would say, once you're speaking realistic to the Liberian people, you don't need to sweat. I said here clearly in my earlier expose that I suppose Mr. Cummings a whole lot. I let Mr. Cummings a lot. And Councillor Gonglo, and you question Councillor Gonglo. Look, my very learned father, who is a lawyer in Liberia, member of the Liberia Bar Association, said this: Liberian people tend to drift away from their people who are well-meaning and just pick people based on maybe a popularity or beauty of a contest and just forget about the meaningful things that should matter, the pertinent issue that is you address, and they'll just shy away or sway away from that. That's the case of Mr. Gonglo. That's the case of Mr. Cummings. Look at Mr. Cummings, a man who lived his life pretty much impeccable. He's rose to the top of one of the most prominent institutions in the world, Coca-Cola, earned all his wealth very legitimately, and the Liberian people rewarded him with nothing. You think if Liberian people were looking in the direction of Mr. Cummings today, I wouldn't have gone that way? I would have. The reason why I keep pushing Boyka because they have a tendency of showing you who they prefer. That's why we went with that. I was in no way, shape, or form going to support Weah's presidency, like I said. And I don't want to be redundant, but yeah, I picked anybody who was opposed to this government to move George Weah, and the Liberian people were leaning toward Boyka, and we stood with Boyka. If it had been Mr. Cummings, believe you me, I may have even gone a little step further and even opted to go to Liberia and campaign for Mr. Cummings, considering how energetic he is. And he has a very energetic wife. I've seen her videos, so many of her videos on social media, because I'm a friend with one of his stalwarts, Mariah Yakula, the lawyer. So yeah, that's the case of Liberia. We have to just put our country first. Not that I'm a huge fan of Boyka, but the Liberian people wanted Boyka. So yeah, we have it today.
So the narrative is they wanted Boyka, we handed them Boyka, even though I knew it wasn't going to be the best decision. But
I did not say that.
You didn't say that, but I'm looking at it. I'm just going to do my own evaluation of this statement. You and I know, will you give your kid rock if they were to ask for bread?
But you're not the man inferring. He's
yeah, he knows.
Yeah.
It's rhetorical. It's rhetorical. So he knows. I said it clearly.
Okay.
Mr. Boyka is not a bad choice. He's been around government. You can say what you may about him. If you look at his track record in government, considering that some of our leaders in our country that were outrightly, grossly corrupt, I don't see that when you trace his track record. I don't see that. Like, for instance, when people point back, because I was in the media, when people point back to ex-president Emma Claudia Sawyer, when they say President Sawyer fire Boyka and XYZ, you dismiss that. I went to church. I listened to him before. I went to church with ex-president Emma Claudia Sawyer, Stephen Episcopal Church, 10th Street Sinker. He dismissed that. And the same thing with Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. During President Boyka first go around, she said it. Boyka is the most in place person, the most right person in terms of the timing to precede me. She said it before. And now, eventually, she may have changed her mind and now showing her support for him down the line. But first, she went with Boyka because Boyka was her direct aide as her vice president. So he has his own good side. And like I said, I do not see him engaged. I have not seen him engaged in massive corruption versus most of our other leaders who ascend to the high echelon of power in our country. So he has his upside. I would just give the government a chance, and we'll see how he proceed going forward. There are things to do, but Liberia has an age-old problem. It's not a one-time fix. Let's give peace a chance, and we'll see how it goes. And we'll come back here and be critical when things do not go accordingly. I am Liberian first. So when Baka fails, trust me, I will say it on this platform today, and I've said it on other platforms, we will come back and critique the government. We are not blind loyalists. I will never be blind follower.
When boycott fails, we will be right back here to make that evaluation, to do that critical analysis, and to do what we can in the best interest of Mama Liberia. Since it's Cindy Martin Quay, my brother Emmerich, welcome to the show, guys. Great to have both of you on here. We started off already in the assessment part of the current government, the last 30 or more days. We were just evaluating them, and I would leave it up to you, Emmerich. It is often said, ladies first, but I'll leave it up to you to make that judgment. And I'm not trying to put you in front of the camera, but so you decide. You want to
No,
go?
she can go first.
It's okay. So we'll go to Sister Cindy. Sister Cindy, what is your honest evaluation of the government for, I mean, within the past 30 days or more? It's more than 30 days. Guys, stop correcting me with the 30 days thing. Give these people at least more than, God, you guys are so anxious for success. Get a man to, he's my uncle, by the way. You'll stop pissing me off. All right, good. And Sister Cindy, go ahead.
Thank you, Lufa, for having me. And let me say hello to the gentleman on the platform. Thank you for bringing me on again. Let me critical a few things here. That's a young journalist in Liberia. His name is Benjamin Myers. Benjamin Myers wrote, if Bwaka was to be elected, he would be the most qualified Native man ever elected to the presidency. So we're anticipating big things. Okay. When you apply for a job, you first have to look at the term of reference, what is required of you. There is a 90 days grace period. That is if you perform. Some people may not let you go to 90 days. We're talking about a job that involves lives, 5 million plus lives, the future of Liberia. And we hear people say, give them a chance. I will not do this until 100 days or until 200 days. And I think a gentleman said, they said, when your Christmas will be good, from the eve. This is a Liberian proverb, whatever you want to call it, right? So let me bring this to bear. You run a campaign, we roll. Then the next time is arrest. It gives me no picture. All right. We're taking advantage of our people. I think this is by design. Here is why. 170 some more years of country that have refused to educate its population. Okay. You brought up the colonial education. You told us our way of life is different. But making education accessible, you have refused. Okay. Majority of the people who have been in power before, the children are either educated in foreign country or they're living in foreign countries. I know somebody was going to be, no, my mom was not in government, my papa was not in government. All right. So I'm going to come back to this. So Bwaka came to rescue me, I'm dying. Rescue me, my life is at stake. And you are coming to help me so I can live. First, you take me out of, let's just say I'm drowning. If you take me out of the water, you have to resuscitate me or you have to give me breath. Okay? Make sure there's nothing in my lungs. That's my life. The first thing you do is not drag me out of the water and then go have dinner and come back and say, okay, wait for me. I've already taken you out of the water. I've not. All right? We don't see any roadmap. First thing is the appointments. We appointed a guy that is known to be corrupt, that have gone to the Supreme Court, have been charged, although they have mercy on him. Okay, we changed his position. Francis Yumane, Papa Bwaka, nephew, sister's son, who threatened and told us he was a rebel, threatening to march somebody to death. Those are recorded. Those are not my words. We appointed him. You're talking about we are. I didn't make excuses for we are. I gave we are the first maybe a couple of days. When he started doing wrong, I spoke up from the day he took over. The very UP told us if they cannot choose somebody else, we should stay with the status quo. These are more at least word. All right. So to rate this government by what I'm seeing at this point, all right, I'm not sure if we are going anywhere. All right. And my brother over here, we said, oh, the people want that Bwaka, so will follow. We're saying so we see something wrong. We know it's not right. We still follow. You as an informed individual, you according to you as a patriot, you as an educated person, you as of this generation who's supposed to be creating a path and telling people you don't follow the crowd because you see that where everyone is headed. All right. That's how some of us took our stand. So looking at this government, I'm sorry. We will watch and we will speak. We will continue to analyze with I would say in my James Baldwin voice. James Baldwin said, because I love America more than any other country, for that I will perpetually criticize her. Because I love Liberia more than any other country. That's where my neighbor stream were buried. I will criticize whoever said they can do this job. I'm yet to see if their papa can do this job. Number one, the first day just to give inaugural speech. He didn't even finish his speech. Okay? They say exhaustion. The man was born and raised in Liberia in the heat. He didn't come back to finish his speech. We are going back and forth with money issue. You already got police boot in the street. They say they pay $35,000. We don't know how much it is. When did they do the feasibility study? What was the bidding process? These are the same thing that we're talking about. We are yesterday. We are running what do you call it? A kingship country. Friends and some people were kind of say there were a group of people who voted. They voted according to you to remove to do what is right by Liberia. This is not what is right. And look, I'm going to start because Emmerich is there. So at this point, I don't see the way.
What would be, based on your assessment, the past 30 days, what would be your evaluation? Give us a grade. If I'm correct, Alex said he will give him an E for effort. All right. Legend said B for great performance, in my view. And of course, Pee Wee said he will give them somewhere around okay. Did not specifically state what grade level he will provide for their performance thus far. So let's hear from you. What would you consider giving them for their performance?
Based on the performance thus far, I would say an F. But the reason I'm giving an F is we are looking at the War and Economic Crimes Court. I believe he can bring that to bear if he's serious about it. If he can sign the executive order, okay, and write the Secretary of the United Nations. We already have the funds reserved. You know that you are part of the collection of the signature. Okay, we already have professionals who want to come in. They said it would be a risk for security. We already have ECOMOR, and you and I have agreed to provide security. If he can take the bold step, gather the strength or the guts to do these things, then maybe I'll bring it down to about C.
Emmerich, welcome to Talk Liberia. Great to have you on here. We're discussing Liberia. Yesenia more inquiry said she will give the current government an F. Let's hear from you.
Lofat, thanks for having me, and hi to fellow panelists. It's a long way, right? If we chronicle our history and look at some of the things that stall us from progressing, let us go back from 1980. The reason why President Toba got killed, right? Rampant corruption, nepotism, and you name it. And let's fast forward to our present day. We went to the ballot box about 6 years ago and elected former President Weah. And from the onset, I think you were part of the protest all around this place. We did not give chance at the United Nations, Congress, everywhere. We protested because the country was heading in the wrong direction, where the outcry from all over, and we were still in search for a better leader. And today, it's a new dawn that we talked about nepotism a few years ago with President Weah. We talk about nepotism after Doe took over. We talk about nepotism before Doe took over, and for which Togo got killed. And today, what's happening today, present day, in fact, the most recent government, someone with the experience, even when Talbot was president, President Boyka was there. He was there as a grown up, and I think the level of understanding that he has on nepotism is something that he should have done the country due diligence, because we did not have people, the country did not have any confidence in former President Weah. So we needed something to contrast out of our past impasse, out of our past transgressions, all of those things. We needed somebody. And he said he was the one, right? He said he was the one. He said he's the most experienced person. But look at today. This government is a new government, but so nepotistic than any government I've seen. I will be real, and I can name from one person to the other and give you examples today that we see this government is so nepotistic. It's something that we should not condone, because in our most recent history, it's something that we all stood against. When we saw President Weah, we talk about the Southeast, and we talk about this person and that person to the government from the Southeast, even on the Supreme Court, to see how they got manipulated and then infiltrated with people from Southeast, and all of those things. We talk about it. So do you want?
Yeah. I'm right here to interrupt you, right? I would like you to elaborate on the issue of nepotism, because this is why I will believe Liberia, in the first place, even experienced part. I shouldn't say this is the reason, but this is part of the reasons why we experienced the civil war. So if you will please elaborate a little bit more when you speak on nepotism. What is it that constitutes such, and where does it apply to that of this current government? Just to be a little bit more concise.
Whenever you put friends and families
Okay.
in positions that did not go through any vetting process, right? You just handpick friends and family and nominate them, put them in positions of influence or position of moral authority. Okay, that's nepotism. I don't care how you say, I don't care how, the easier way to avoid, I don't care how your family member is qualified. That's not the issue of a family member being qualified. Because we all can make the excuse that, oh, you know, my nephew or my cousin or my uncle was qualified. But because of nepotism, you just don't do it, especially for someone like President Boyka, who lived through all of those bad memories to know those things. Should be the first thing to even look at and say, you know, I would not do it, because we are here today because of nepotism. A part of the Civil War because of nepotism. Nepotism is tied to ethnicity, is tied to favoritism, is tied to all of those things. He should not. But if you look at the government now, you see, they gave an instance where his nephew, normally also at Internal Affairs Ministry, that should not have happened. That's a big, huge disappointment. And today, the same people, when we spoke against Weah, some of the same people that stood with us in protest are the same people now. You see how situational we are as people. The same people today, they are condoning it and they think it's okay because this is their time. It's what they support. But then why did we even bother to criticize President Weah? If we know we have the same behaviors and practices in us, we should not have criticized. We should not have even criticized Talbot. We should not have even killed Talbot. We should not have done it. We should not have gone after Doe. We should not have. Because all of these instances quadrupled over time. Is it right? No. This is the reason why you have to, whenever you want to change a culture, you have to bring somebody from outside of that culture, that cesspool environment, somebody who did not experience those things. You have to, and that's the reason why in any normal situation, what a corporation or so, if they want to change the culture of a place, they hire somebody who's from the outside, who's bringing something different to infuse different ideas. And to a point, I agree with Alex. I didn't listen to Brother Pugh. I agree with Alex. I agree with you, Cindy. If you look at the government right now, all over the place, too many things happening at the same time, and you don't even have control. Control in a sense of the governing structure, the structure, the foundation that should be able to hold you up. You don't even have the foundation together. It's almost impossible. You find things in different directions. That's a lack of leadership. And we have to be candid. We have to call a spade a spade. Lack of leadership. You know the reason why I am not really moved by this? Because we anticipated it based on what happened in the CPP. We've long talked about the leadership of President Boyka. He's been around for a very long time. So the litmus test in the CPP gave us an insight as to how things are going to be run now, because the CPP actually became a mess, and I would say it became a mess on President Boyka. It imploded on President Boyka. So from there, from what I saw in the CPP, I already have my own based on my judgment for what happened in the CPP. I said, he's not going to be a good leader. And you cannot force. You see, one good thing, I will tell you this, one good thing, his supporters, people that support him, they make better excuses for him than he can make for himself. They do the talking for him. They do all of those things for him. But you know, when it comes to the actions, right, when it comes to decision making, he has to make the decision, because when it comes to decision making, he hasn't been put in that position to have things under control, to lead in a good way. You can't just replicate something you have not done. It's highly improbable. If I'm going to grade this government, for what I see, the disintegration, the disorganization, the lack of leadership, the dishonesty, the nepotistic behavior, I'm going to give them an F. An F.
An F.
Yeah.
With that said, folks, we're going to open this up for 2 minutes. Cross interaction, crossfire. If anybody on the panel who would like to respond to any statement made that they feel like it's just not fair and they would like to erect the needed checkpoint, let us use the next 5 minutes to do that before we move to the next topic for our discussion tonight. We evaluated the government, and based on our evaluation, let me just remind those of you that are joining us tonight, for the record, Alex Jones said he will evaluate the government with an E for effort. Legend will provide, and he said, and he defended his position, a B. Pee Wee said, yeah, you know what, I would just let them go right now. He did not do his own evaluation. He did not give a grade. Sister Cindy Martin Quaye, F. Emmerich Benson Nicole, an F. Let's open it up. Let's use 5 minutes to engage ourselves, engage each other on what was said. If nothing, we'll move to the next topic on the discussion.
Let me come in here. There's a structural reason why I said I wouldn't move. So we need to look at the governance pattern and the process about how a country will have to. There are a lot of bureaucratic proceedings in terms of governance. It will be very unfair on my part and very impractical for anyone, basically, whatsoever, to move to create just newly inaugurated government for the past 30 or almost 50 days to either say F, E, B, or so. We need to understand the trajectory of the development pattern and all of the manifesto rating of that institution before we move into some of those things. So to And that's part of the reason, Lofa, I was deliberate, I was intentional here to not come off the grid. No, it would not be fair on my part to do that. Now, our dear sisters talked about if you were to get hired either in the corporate area or or structural institutions, they give you the 90-day grace period. Politics is not about giving 90 days grace period. We do have our Magna Carta, which is the Constitution of the Republic. Our governance pattern is tailored along with our Constitution. So if you are elected as president, there's basically no grace period process that you're going to have. You're elected for a period of 6 years, right? So you have to perform in keeping with your manifesto, all of your campaign commitment to the people. And it's on the basis of that the evaluation can be done. Now, should I move to evaluate a government that just been there for 48 days? It will be grossly unfair on my part personally. And I would think it's unfair. I cannot even evaluate a government 90 days. No, it's not reasonable to do that. So we need to change our thought process about how the engagement methodology should be, but we have to be realistic also as to how we intend to predict or to grade the institution. But we can say it.
Lofa, can I inject, please?
Pee-wee.
Can I inject? Give me a moment. Can I inject, please?
We have 5-minute crossfire.
Okay, so let me say this to you. All right, you are saying we have a pattern. It's the pattern of governance that have brought us where we are. That got Liberia 170 some more years of merry-go-round. We are not going anywhere. Anywhere in the world, any country that have been to war, any country that wants change, the first 100 days is crucial. It sets the tune of your governance. It sets the tune of where you are headed. It speaks to the people. It either gives hope or it diminishes the hope. All right? For instance, you and myself in the United States, when Obama took over in the late 2000s, when this country, we had a bubble bust, the housing market, when he came to the scene, his inaugural speech and the days after, he plan that he wrote out, the American Recovery Plan, will go back to the Great Depression of FDR, a man sitting in wheelchair. The first 90 days marked the rest of America that endure today.
Did the problem instantaneously change?
After the war,
was there a rapid impact?
Cindy, let me come in for a second. Cindy,
was there a rapid impact?
Let me come in for a second. Sylvester spoke about the Constitution. Sylvester, which part of the Constitution tells you that you cannot impeach anybody in 3 months or in 2 months? Which part of the Constitution tells you? If you want to apply the Constitution right now.
No. Again, the issue, and that's all I can say. The issue about you coming up, Article 1 of our Constitution is very clear. Article 1 of the Constitution of Liberia is clear. It says power is inherent in the people.
Exactly.
Right? Power is inherent in the people. I agree that the structure of that is there, but there are conditions. There are premise on which a bit of impeachment can be moved through. We cannot arbitrarily just move to do that. There should be a structural reason. I'm not rejecting that cannot be done, but what I'm saying to us is that on the basis of the time frame, we need to look at some time frame here. I will count for instance, the president committed said 100 days. We don't want to sign. I didn't support Bouakai. I was one of those that fearlessly campaigned against him. I didn't, and I don't regret that. But the reason why I'm trying to wait and allow him the time so people cannot say Liberians were trying to get criticized because we didn't win is to give him the benefit of the doubt. He gave a 100-day process. Like give the dispensation.
But you see, the government.
That's what I'm talking about.
But you see, this is the government starts.
You never say anything.
The inception of government. It starts from. Oh no, Elston, I'll speak after you. You can speak. Go ahead.
So rapid fire. Yes, Cindy Martin. Not to erect a checkpoint, but just to provide clarity on what I've initially said about supporting Mr. Bouakai, considering when you came on, you inferred that because the Liberian people wanted Mr. Bouakai, we just opted to go with him.
That's what you said. I was listening to the show all along.
I did say that, but in hindsight, I would preferably provide clarity to that. And yes, the clarity to that.
Okay.
All right. If you think Mr. Bouaka was not a formidable force in Liberia, no ordinary person that doesn't have a ground to stand on is defeating or George Weah. I was having a good conversation with a very good friend of mine, Eugenia Grant, and I was telling her, you know, George Weah won Arthur Ashe Award considering she lived in the U.S. She had no idea. George Weah won Arthur Ashe Award 2004. George Weah is a foe to reckon with in Africa, and you were defeated by Bouaka. So it tells you that Bouaka has some substance. But think about it, the Liberian people, they kind of see themselves through Bouaka more so than comments who I like a lot. And we cannot take that from them. The Liberian people, look, think about Charles Taylor. When Charles Taylor ran,
Mr. Reese, leave comments out of this. We're talking about this government. Let's not make this conversation about comments. Let's focus on what at hand, where we are as a
I had to
nation.
bring that clarity. I did have to bring a clarity to you.
But Elston, the analogy you are giving, that's the reason why we'll have this fundamental problem in the country. We did not put resources into the education of our people. When you look at we did not. So this is the problem we have inherited, right?
I couldn't agree with you more.
Yeah, so I'm not going to put our people down. It's on all of us that we did not educate them, right, to be independent thinkers. And then we keep them poor. We keep them poor.
Let me say this.
Okay.
So, you guys hear me?
So,
I just wanted to interject.
I was saying something with because
man. You're taking
people talking about time. He's talking about time at the same time using the Constitution. The reason why I came in to just say there's no constitutional time or limit in there to criticize anyone. Well, what we're saying from the onset, any government
based on logic.
But the same logic will apply to.
I didn't even do that. I didn't say that there's constitutional time to criticize.
Yeah, but no. You are saying that the three months or so, 100 days or so. But this is the point I'm driving to, right?
But just fair enough to get a new government.
I understand that.
Yeah, but Emery, the man does not feel that he needs to evaluate Bouaka at this stage. What's the problem with that?
But don't criticize other people.
No, I'm not criticizing you, Nico. I'm not criticizing you.
Okay,
I'm not criticizing. Let me tell you now.
It's your thought process.
Not my thought process. You see,
let me say
my thought process. Okay.
Bouaka people are going around already singing praises, so they're already evaluating him. If you could listen to any one of the ministers or anyone, you heard it.
If you heard me that, Nico, if you heard me from the initial I said that it was starting on the wrong foot together,
but let's
said that.
Can we just talk one at a time, please?
Yeah, but I was talking now. The reason I was trying to lay
guys, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hear me. We are well beyond the 5 minutes mark. So we will move to the next topic. You can include your statement or your view about the previous topic in the next topic as we go forward. But again, like I stated, the crossfire section is over. Again, 7 minutes. We went way beyond 5 minutes. We went above 5 minutes. So let's get to our next topic here. I was hoping to use the fire pandemic in Liberia as our next topic, but I will put that to the last topic, and I will bring up front because of the fact that we have, some, again, financial expert here, Alex, Emmerich, and a few other people on here. So let's talk about this. The recent list that was actually just provided to the public, the asset declaration recovery team. Jesus, let's talk about that. First and foremost, let us start with the issue of assets declaration. What do you make of it? And then let us discuss the team that was formed under the Joseph Numa Bouaka's leadership. What do you make of it, and where do you see this team heading?
Quickly, before you come in, I'm not coming. I just want to bring the thought something else. Is it the asset declaration or the asset recovery?
The asset recovery.
Okay, thank you. I thought let's break that.
If I misspoke, let me just make the clarity. The asset recovery team. Okay.
Yes.
That was actually organized. So let's start. We'll start with the one lady on the platform tonight. Since you're sitting by your pay, let's hear from you. The asset recovery team. What do you make of it? What's your view on it?
So you got 4 men on the platform. You choose me to go first?
But ladies,
Really? What if I want to give my space to somebody else so I can hear them?
Give it to Alex.
You go
Let's-
first.
No, that's okay. I can carry my own. First
no,
of all,
let's be fair. If again, it is often said, ladies and gentlemen. I don't want.
you know what? And
You can't do too much of it now,
I'm okay
Lofa.
opening. I'm okay opening the door.
Emre,
Alex know that Emre is
The
very
people,
aware of that.
the people driving trucks too, man. So you can't be doing that. Yeah, they're driving trucks. They're doing everything that we're doing. The same thing. You follow the year.
So first of all, let's do this. You know, people came out, and I'm gonna speak to that. Nepotism is the act of granting an advantage, privilege, or position to relatives or friends in an occupation or field. These fields may include, but not limited to, business, politics, academia, entertainment, sports, religion, health, etc. Those of you who say Emmerich interpretation were wrong, I just get from from strictly from the dictionary. So
They
y'all
use
go see
Google.
that.
That's why they think they're not practical in their thought process.
So
just
now
leave
let's
them.
go. He put it in the simplest
But who
term
said that?
so
Who
all of
said it
us
was
can
wrong?
understand
I'm
that.
thinking who said Emerald was wrong saying that?
Look at your. I'm looking at the feed. I'm looking at the feed with people there. Not in the
I don't pay attention to
I
that.
just needed to.
Let's interrupt each other because we have limited time. I want to
Yeah. Okay. So let me come in.
the call in.
All right. I look at the name. I think I saw one name, but the majority of the name, they're amateur. Okay. When you talk about access recovery, you're talking about international money. You're talking about something that is complex that you need experts. We're not talking about degrees. You need people that actually have worked. You need lawyers who understand international laws, money, wiring money, how these things, what to monetary, laws. Okay, what constitute fraud? What constitute this and that? How do you really go out after people? And let me first start by saying this. What is the TOR? Would I start from there? When you're giving job to somebody and I'm giving somebody to do something, you need to lay out a term of reference. You don't bring them in, then you ask them to write their own term of reference. For me, that's a red flag. And you bring in their little children. Listen, looking for money, looking for fraud, looking for assets is not calling a university, all right? Like America and say, listen, I'm calling for so and so industry. I want to know if this person graduated. Yeah, all of us who went to school in America, we all were giving a number. And our number is associated with our social security. And in our thesis, our dissertation, they're put in a reservoir. Okay. Now, when they call the school, in fact, you have an online place that you don't even have to go to the school. You put in your information, you pay maybe $5 or $10, and it comes. If you call the university, even for Nigeria and all over the place, it's available. It's not the same as looking for fraud, looking for asset, looking for things that people are hiding. So I'm thinking, looking at the names, majority of the names, okay, since you say time is limited. Because I'm an educator, so I like to speak in the simplest possible terms that everybody can be able to hear me. I don't think we're on the right path. Okay, I don't think we have the right people. Here's another reservation. This is bluffing, in my opinion. All right. When we first came to power, let's say when Judy Bryant came to power, before he was put in as an interim government, he said there were fraud, there was stealing, there were looting. When they put him there, they asked him to prosecute the people. Judy Bryant said, "Bring me the people, then I will prosecute them." He became corrupt. When we took over, he brought Serena Cephas, he brought Arthur Johnson. They paid them millions of dollars to recover assets that they said were stolen. What happened? What was the outcome? So I'm seeing the very same thing going on here. I think this is a bluff.
Thank you. Thank you, Sister Cindy. Let's go to Alex. Alex, let's hear from you. The asset recovery team that was organized by Honorable Joseph Numa Boykites. What do you make of it, and what is your view? Do you expect success, or you are very hopeful, based on what you have seen thus far?
As you know, I'm a very direct person. I don't play that politic game. It's completely useless. Okay,
The
And
boy
that
is-
speaks to their incapacity and their lack of knowledge to run an institution or to run a government. All right. And Sony, look, and Sony that on focus on Liberia, one of the corrupt medias. He came up with a very good analysis, and I encourage you to watch it. And I'm fair when they do something good, I praise them. First of all, that's the job of the Minister of Justice. There's a financial position, or should be a financial position. It's just like the Treasury Department. They are responsible for fraud and any confiscation or any assets. You do not need to go and create a new entity. It's the stupidest thing I ever seen. It makes no sense. Okay? I'm speaking from my financial background with 20 years as a banker and a financial analyst. There's nowhere in the world. You already have an agency that's responsible to confiscate assets. A minister of justice can investigate anybody so long as statute of limitation holds for any financial crimes, for any corruption. But if you get people like Gonglo who does not know or never work internationally or know these things, they stay caught up with accounting where you're using tabulas and, they're not caught up with the word today, with all the new changes, the Sabine, Oxley, and all these different things. The CCAR. So, and you got people, what bothers me when you're talking about all Liberians, the illiteracy high, and people there don't know. Forget the people in Liberia. When I listen to some of the educated people, some of the people who went to school in America, who say they went to George Washington and Harvard, I give up on Liberia because they should go and get their money back. They can contribute nothing. Why will you set up a new agency when you already have an agency that constitutes that already with people working? The Ministry of Finance should have an assets recovery division. So you got the anti-corruption, you got a Ministry of Justice, you got a Ministry of Finance, and you leave all of that and say, no, let me go spend new money. If you want to give Martin Colley a job, send him to the Ministry of Finance. Please. Make him an ambassador. This boy, I don't even think he just finished school 2 months. What experience does he have in fraud investigation and the financial analysis? He does not. And that's the problem with Liberia. We'll see this nonsense. And because we like the person, and because we know the person, or because we're friends with the person, I can give a fool about who I know. I want no friends, but all. Yeah, you're seeing that. My best friend, very beautiful looking today, but may all disagree when it comes to commies. She had been on me for commies. So let's start wasting the Liberian people time. And my friend people used to be arguing with me with what if on Crossfire there. And everything that I told him about George Weah, you're better me for commies. So listen, people that are part of the problem in this country. Okay? Because they seek, he probably looking for a position at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And my friend there, Silva Yenti, I'm very disappointed in her. Like I said, very, very disappointed in her. Okay. Because these are the very people, the Sarah Yenti and the Kofi Woods, that talk about injustices, women's rights, law of order, rule of law. But as soon as you get in that position, just the way how when people were deputy minister, God we could do no wrong. In that position, the Burma Kamara were talking, oh, the government spending too much money, you need a high salary reduction. I got it on tape. In fact, they're adding more positions. So our problem is our educated, so-called educated people, the one who they send to America for scholarship, the one who say they go to school. They act more ignorant than the people who go to school. If I respect more than people in my bro who don't go to school.
Thank you, Alex.
So that's my point. And I about to leave. I'm very sorry. I got to run.
Well, I don't want you to leave. You got to stay on. You don't have a leave, please. Please don't.
I will stay on a few more minutes for you.
Please.
Because people couldn't hear about George Weah. By the way, I also gave George Weah or E. And I told you that he was very ineffective. He was very ineffective. And it's not personal. He was a disgrace. He had an opportunity. and he wasted it because there are people like you who were telling him, oh, he's so good, oh, he's doing wonderful. The president, you created $1.2 billion in, you went and borrowed $1.2 billion, and then you show all a park that cost $300,000, and people like you will sit down and praise and go welcome me to the airport. What's wrong with you people? What's wrong with you?
I see why you
For the fair part for the fight that Alex is gonna go. I would have gone to Eston, but if
Yeah, in all fairness, yeah,
give 10 minutes.
if you allow me to, please allow me,
certainly.
because Pee Wee, let me go to Pee Wee, and then I'll go back in reverse order if you don't mind.
And I'm gonna say before you make your utterances, absolutely nothing wrong with any qualified Liberian who want to work in any government. That's all I want to say. Go ahead.
Thank you, Lupa. Thank you, Lupa. I'm humble. Let me state here, and it's part of the reason why you even gave yourself F to get out of the presidential race last election. But again, this is not an issue, right? So let me be very clear here that I'm not one of those that moving around to look around for a job. I said this to you. I resigned on my own volition. 2 years to elections, I resigned from government. Do you understand the reason why I did that? And when I wrote the president, I was very magnanimous in the letter to the president, informing him that it was time to quit. It was time for another career patent development. So I left. So it's not issue that I was moving out. I want to make this publicly clear. And I said this to you in the crossfire time to time, Alex. You know the rest of the story. I'm not one of those.
And you were there defending the government. Even
I'm
though
not
you
one of those.
resigned from
No,
the
no.
government.
Listen, my process to campaign for President Weah was a justifiable mission that I was always proud to be associated with. I didn't just associate myself with the government because I wanted to do that. No. Now you understand the rest of the story. So I did that, right? So and I'm proud of doing it. And today, if this current government were to take the wrong path, and I said from the beginning of this show, I said it's starting on a very wrong footing in terms of our foreign policy objective. It's poor. In terms of national security, it's poor. In terms of the structure of government, it's poor. So a lot of things are earmarked and have structurally said it. Now, listen to you, Alex. You just talk about there was no need to establish this. And for me, where the right thing is done, I would say it's done. It is not correctly done, and I will move to criticize it. Now, this asset recovery thing, it is a good thing to be done. President Weah did the same, but it crashed in the middle of the time. Is it the right thing to be done? Yes, absolutely. Now, here in the U.S., you have the need special counsel. You still have the ministry, the attorney general here. You need special counsel. There was a Raul Mueller special counsel. There's currently a special counsel investigating, two different special counsel investigating the current president and the past president. You still have the Ministry of Justice here, referred to as the Department of Justice. Now, she also indicated that there's no term of reference. That is not also true. We need to be very honest. If we're to listen, I'm prepared to criticize the government did wrong. Let me remind my dear sister, there is a reference, a term of reference of this special asset recovery team. Go back to the executive order number 126 that was issued by the president. Executive order number 126 indicated a holistic reference of this committee. Yes, so it was not done outside of appropriate executive order. It was done. And this executive order, the president is given the time. And the executive order, remember our law is very clear. They will operate in the period of 1 year. If the president so desire that they continue on the job, he's going to go back to continue on the executive order number 126. So there is a clear job description out for them to perform. So I don't have issue with it. My only problem here, moving on, is for the team to be very, very much careful as to not to prejudice this whole intent of how the investigation is going to go. We have to be holistic here. We should not be selective. We have to set the time period as to who are we? Are we supposed to be targeting people from the Samuel Doe regime or from the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf regime, then moving upward? That's the question we should be asking ourselves. Now, for the people on the team, for instance, the president named on the asset recovery, the man that was named as the head of it, the chair, Edwin Cloud Mountain, served as the former LACC boss that was denominated by President Weah at the time that he wanted to quote, debating that he was on the 10-year person. He is there as the chair. You have other elements that are also there, right? You have Ms. Robertson as the vice chair. So you have a lot of other strategic people you got some security people there and the rest of that. I'm not having no problem with this. If the intent is to recover resources that were pillaged by corrupt government officials back to the people of Liberia, I don't have problem with that. But the intent of how it's going to move, we should not be selective, and we have to be holistic in the process of the investigation. That's one of the things I want to say. But to come out and misinform our folks.
Let me correct you.
No, I come out to misinform our folks that there was no need, but you have the minister. You can have the Minister of Justice. The President of the Republic of Liberia, let me educate you on this today, got the powers to name special counsel and special investigative committees through executive order or other presidential pronouncement. And that's why the Gazette can be issued via the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. There's an official Gazette announced. This announcement process is going to be gazetted and published in handbook, in a bit of handbook published by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, indicating that this process was done by the president. It's via the executive law of 1972 of the Republic of Liberia that gave the president that responsibility. So yes, the president can name more.
Julius, let me respond to him because he made an error. I better leave. Emery, please, I beg your indulgence.
There was no error. They just want to say what you want to say. You can go ahead, but
no.
Bring that to your attention.
You talk about the motor. You talk about the motor investigation, which was a special counsel. Let me educate you. And let you who you listen, because these are the people then who misran your country. These are the people that they want here. You were deputy minister. All right. The reason they do that is because of bipartisan. When there's a conflict of interest with the president or the attorney general, then it's prudent for you to go and get a special counsel. In the issue of something that is
you see, you pretend to educate, but you're missing the whole thing. So
I said,
Mountain is not a general party person. I want do you understand the purpose of this special counsel also?
Let me correct you because
you gave an analogy to Kerry when they had the special counsel in the U.S.
Yeah,
so
I'm just saying
the reason why it was done. Yeah, he's giving you reason why it was done.
But there's no reason.
There's a reason why it was done.
Listen to me.
There's a reason why it was done.
You know,
independence was the reason why it was done.
Also, Cloud Mountain is not independent.
Listen to me.
He's not independent.
Emery is a financial person. Yasini is a financial person, so she will understand it. You don't know anything about how finance works.
That's what you believe. And so that's why I always challenge you as a financial person. I've always challenged you as a financial person and
stick in a foreign services area when it comes to things like that, because that's the problem you'll have. You know,
and then where we respect professional people and exactly. And so in
the Treasury Department recovering asset is not something that is for 1 year or on a temperamental basis. It's a function of government. The FBI confiscate people's assets every day in America. So there's a department, it's part of the Treasury. It should be part of the Finance Ministry. So if you haven't had that part of the Finance Ministry, it's because you have idiots, the Amara Kone, the Burma Kamara, who do not know financial management. Because when you're talking about assets, you're talking about financial crimes, you're talking about stocks, security. How is a person like Martin Colley going to know the difference between if somebody stole money and put it in the U.S. stock exchange and the person took that money? He does not. So leave this with the people who understand it. You don't need to create a new 1 year program. Lastly, let me say something. Lastly, and I'll be done here, okay? Because like I said, that people don't want to be educated. Lastly, you talk about someone who worked with the anti-corruption. The anti-corruption in Liberia is a loser. Who have they prosecuted? These people get paid $10,000 and $15,000 for the last 6 years. They can't show you one person they prosecuted for corruption. Liberia on the index of the corruption over 150. But yet you get people who sit there and say they're doing a job and they can't prosecute one person for corruption in 6 years.
Look, I wouldn't want Alex to go this way. If Alex is going to have a bottle of beer,
these people are useless people. They can't get paid for
a bottle of coffee, and one of them man says, unfortunately. Let me say this:
you need to retire completely because your service to Liberia is completely useless, Pee-wee. you and the Gongolos and the Boaka, you can offer nothing of substance to Liberia.
So
You need to sit down and you let the younger people there, the legend there, who know an emirate there, who can come and you're sitting there who can come and change that country for the better, because we are still the poorest country and will remain the poor country until that you people will get out of the way.
Yeah,
thank you very much.
Quickly,
So I wanted to say something.
I think this is now a take for talk conversation. Now let's move on.
No one suggested that also.
So let everybody.
No, but I think
because
this is yeah, but
let's do that one at a time now.
Okay.
The fight that I would like to go back to Pee Wee, because he was mentioned. I'll give Pee Wee a minute to respond, and then I'll go to Emmerich and then Legend. Since it's any, I'll be back.
But Pee Wee mentioned me. I haven't said anything. I was waiting so I can.
Baby,
but let's go to Emmerich. Then we'll come to Pee Wee.
You were behind the camera. You were behind the camera. You hear the camera because I guess the glowing beauty. You didn't want us to see it. Please,
you look so beautiful tonight, yeah, City.
I think it's the position I'm sitting in. It's the living room area. There's enough light.
Okay, but let's go to let's hear Pee Wee. I'll give you a minute. Let's hear from you.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate that my own dear friend and brother Alex does not necessarily understand most of our bureaucratic proceeding back in the country, the structural processes, and that's one of the reasons why when he came out with this issue, we had a lot of wonderful conversation behind the scenes. And I said to him, you need to understand from their perspective what one would have to do to move into the country. He doesn't understand most of the rules and our responsibility back home. Now, if you were to come and tell me on the issue of not understanding finance, come on, Alex, what are you talking about? Now, we are part of the group of young people in the country that have set the stage to move our country and structure it in a way and manner that it should be governed to benefit all Liberians. There's nothing that I would support knowing it in a kind of blindfolded or dogmatic way. I'm not a dogmatic type of person. I'm not fixated by the thought process of what other people want to believe. I'm an independent thinker. And it's part of the reason why I went to school. I didn't just go to school to look at things one way. I have to dissect them and structurally do an evaluation. And that evaluation will help. And that's why if I criticize something, if I differ with you, I should proffer solutions. So if the thing you're saying about what all those things about independence, people some Rawa Mura and the rest of the independent or Hawk, all of those things have been coming up before, it's the same way the president stepped in here, it's very executive order. So you read some of these things, digest them before you come out. I'm not supporting him. But what I'm saying is that it is done on the basis of those of people that are on it, all of them. Some of them have past security people that have operated in past regime. Because of the understanding in forensic investigation, they are on the committee. Some of them have the understanding of advocacy, they are on the committee. People of diverse political background, they are there for the basis of independence. That's why they did it. But I will hope they succeed. But I'm not saying that I'm opening them. But I mean, if it is right, we should say it's right. We should not just criticize what we want to criticize.
Let's go to Emmerich. Let's hear from you. This whole asset recovery team, man. You're from the finance background. You've done due diligence. I'm sure you worked several years. Let's hear from you. What do you make of this asset recovery team? As Alex said, it's a bluff. Alex said it's useless based on individuals who are part of this team, named specifically the likes of Martin Cully, who is with no experience at all, nothing to bring to this institution. The only experience that young man has is being able to verify or validate people's academic achievement and so forth. Emmerich, let's hear from you. What's your contribution? What's your take on this asset recovery thing?
First of all, Lofa, good question. Let us think. Let us be holistic. The entire recovery, you're not just limiting it to Liberia, right? Most cases, people move monies overseas. In most cases, because we have this structural issue in our country. The first thing, I've always said, you have to build a structure in Liberia for us to conduct the transactional activities within a structure. That is easy to be able to trace or track or have the trail behind these things. Once you don't have that structure, it's almost impossible. It's impractical to chase asset and recover it. The reason why I say this, people will say, "Oh, but Nigeria was able to do it, other countries, but Liberia is different. Liberia is not homogeneous to Nigeria. In as much as Nigeria is a country in West Africa, Nigeria is way ahead when it comes to structure, but far better. So let us look at the team that was put together. People is saying you have people with the expertise to be able to bring results. And I'm saying no, it's impossible. You got security. What type of securities are you talking about? You said they got forensic investigators. I've gone through the list. Okay, I'm not trying to put anyone down. That's not me. You got quite a few people, some experience, but the experiences needed for that asset recovery, it has to be in depth. More than that, you have to understand international money trail. You have to understand those things. You have to have even forensic lawyers, completely different. I haven't heard of any forensic lawyer in our country. Bill, have you heard of any forensic lawyer in our country? No. Okay, so if you look at the accounting aspect, you cannot assume that because someone, the TOR he's talking about, what do you start? That's the first thing. Because if you're going to recover from just maybe former President Weah's time, then you talk about recovering from the vice president that you have on Obueka. Then you talk about recovering from Prince Johnson too. You're talking about those things. But what I'm saying is this. The reason why it's not practical, because most of our transactions are done in the black market. We don't have a way. The Lebanese man you are talking about today, right? I've been around. I worked before in, I post and telecommunication, postal affairs in the 80s, all right? The way transactions are done in our country, they don't go in the coffers and go and take money and put it in their pockets. They don't just do it. They will have these contracts given to Lebanese people. They will inflict the contract and then they cut. But then what structure do you have? What system do you have in place to be able to track it and say, for sure, this is the evidence that somebody took money from the coffers? We're not structured. The first thing I would like to see President Boaka do is to try, and that's what I keep saying. Nothing works without a proper foundation, good foundation. You have to create solid foundation, structural environment. That's the first thing. Once, because you want to stop the bleeding, you want to stop the leakage. If you can't do it, it's almost like the leaking bucket where you keep pouring water. You can't do it. Stop it. Have the foundations all set up. Have the structures, everything set up. Then you can start to go after people with the best of people on your team. That's not the best of people. You say advocacy. Like to recover asset, what are you talking about advocates? What you ever saw? If you look at in Sierra Leone right now, that whole area is under the Anti-Corruption Commission because they already have existing laws that they can use to go after anyone. But the executive orders, they don't have those laws that will give them the power. Okay, for instance, they don't have what the justice has. They don't have it. What LSCC got, they don't have it. So you will find yourself creating layers upon layers that you will get confused when it comes to the legal aspect. You cannot assume that because someone worked in the former president's government or President Weah or work with Ellen, you cannot assume that because they work there and they pay there and they have this home. Somebody can easily come out and say, my wife was doing business. Do you have anything there to track it? Most of our banking system, people transact out of our banking system. That's a structural issue as well. In America, your paycheck from your paycheck, your job and everything can get traced. When you have excess in your bank account, can get traced. That's a structural thing. The structure is set up that any money, and that's the reason why people report, even businesses, certain amount you have to report it. 10,000 or so you have to report it. If you took 10,000 cash to the dealership, that dealership is supposed to report it. You fill in a form. So these things are all structured. You can't just jump up and take on a task without understanding how in-depth it is, how the different connectivity and connecting when it comes to banking, when it comes to accounting, when it comes to finance, when it comes to those things, you have to understand the intricacy of those things before you can even try to put a team together. You're supposed to sit and think through and say, let's have a discussion, because every country is modeled differently. Liberia has a different model. Liberia may not be unique as America. Also, we cannot analogize one instance from America and try to fit it. This is where the educated people are failing our country. When we go and learn, we want to take that same book that we learn and apply it to Liberia. No, it won't work. When you have that education, you have to model it based on your culture, based on your situation, based on your infrastructure. You have to do those things. That's the only way you can have an effective Liberia. Somebody who can come in and say, okay, I have the experience. The way we do it over there is not going to work. We have to create a model based on our circumstances. And this is where we are failing. This is where even the educated ones go over there. The reason why it happens, because the educated ones, most of us, we don't have the experience. To do those things, you have to have the experience. Once you don't have it, you think if you work 1 year or you have written a paper, then it makes you an expert. Then it makes you someone who can go and change a system. I'm not trying to take anything away from my brother Pew, but I just listened to him. He said the foundation. But you are the same person over there when they conducted the mop-up exercise out of the structure, right? Because you have the commercial bank. Okay, your finance minister left the commercial bank, commercial banks. He went out to do the mop-up exercises out of the structure. So what do you have to tie that those transactions were actually given to the legitimate businesses or legitimate people for the purpose? How? There's no way you can defend it, because even Samuel Twe cannot come and defend it. When people work and create something outside of the structure, they already have the criminal intent. That's why people go out of the structure.
Tell them.
Had he gone to the commercial banks, that's the purpose of the commercial banks. Had he gone to the commercial banks, it would have been so easy to have paper trail, to have the transactional trail, to have how much money that was put out there to bring the issue, to resolve the issue in our economy. We have assets, right? You were trying to get rid of the assets. They will call it the simple way, the dirty money and all of those things, the tune-up money and all of those things in the country. You wanted to get rid of it, but then you went on the black market to transact. That's not how it is done. And that's why, Lofa, I will tell you this, right? It's going to be almost impossible, right, to accomplish the goals of retrieving until we can have a team, with the right people, the right expertise to sit and look at our country to see how it is, to model a process that will be able to do that, will be able to give results. Not somebody who will just go on Facebook and write over 50 paragraphs and you think that you can accomplish that. It's highly improbable.
Thank you, Emmerich. Let me bring my brother Elston on here. But before I bring in my brother, if you don't mind, please, I'm listening to the conversation going back and forth here. I am intrigued to just say, I love the way that we will sit and critique. I think Liberia is gradually moving in a direction that we will deserve. Okay, the trajectory is right in our. I mean, I would say this. I'm excited when I listen to this, because the reason why I'm saying this is simple. I remember Yesendi, I'm glad she's still alive, and may God bless her soul, and she will still remain alive until hopefully Liberia can get on her. I blew an alarm on the transfer of funds because of what I do. Okay, Yesendi is a living witness, and she can attest to it. I am not into finance, but because of what I do, okay, I called one morning. I called Yesendi after I was later debriefed on certain things. I alerted her on this, right? And she went yelling about this. And not even 2 weeks later, okay, an alarm came from the United States government. And she called me, Lofa, how did you get this? I was like, part of what and again, it's not about what you do. I would not sit on a Facebook and put on my face cap and say, this is what I do. But I think gradually we'll get in there. But here's my thing. If you don't have the expertise, all right, if you don't have the experience,
I can say this open on this platform. That information that was provided to Yesendi and other people, and that I was really upset about, $150,000 to have been transferred. Okay.
Look for the first one was $300,000.
In addition to that, right?
Yeah.
But again, it is not that easy for anybody to just come up and say, hey, guess what? We can just recover people's assets because you have had the opportunity to sit and write on Facebook. That is not what it's about. It's about the experience. It is about the exposure to certain things that you can actually uncover. Legend, let's hear from you, boss man. I appreciate your patience and your willingness to allow other people to
I
go.
still have to interject though to Pee Wee.
Always.
So he called my name.
Let me, you know, to be quite honest, it beclouds me when people do not conform to the idea of a World Economic Crimes Court and assets recovery in our country. If we continue to say that people may have mismanaged our wealth, I think we should conform to that. And this is why, firstly, I want people to commend the effort of establishing one assets recovery. Now, having said that, since a lot of people brought out the name of the likes of a Martin Colley, I think when a committee is set up, I think people are versed in different areas. Martin Colley, before CAC came about, or before I started to hear about CAC and all his tracing people, academic fraudulent degrees and what you may, Martin Colley was always an activist in the vanguard of Liberia students politics. So when you look at this committee, he's on good governance. He's a good governance activist. So that's a particular role that tells you that something where he worked around, he may not have, like knowledge on other parts of where it entails to recover assets that you always were alluding to, like the economic background, the wealth of experience, but then there were other people with the expertise, like people mentioned, they have Clark Martin, a lawyer who was a member of LAC, and he has that expertise. And there are people who
You have
also,
Edis Coffee. I work with the FIU.
right,
Edis Coffee.
right. Alex Coffey is on that committee, and there are people who have knowledge in other departments. That's why they bring them together, a conglomeration of people that have different background and different expertise. So we should all be, lauding this government effort to establish this assets recovery committee. Now, this is where I'm going to have an apprehension. Now, if they go about it in a sinister way and be witch hunting other people from previous governments, I would not want that. Let's be transparent and go back as far as you can. Don't say, oh, we are only going to look at the we are led government. We say we are government was corrupt. No, go back as far as you can, recover as much as you can, because at the end of the day, you are doing it to set a record. You are doing it for the sake of the country. You are not doing it to wish on anybody. So if anyone who is aligned with this government or the president and listening to us right now, I want to say to you, go about this in the right manner. Do not wish hunt. Let it be done to the betterment and the good of the country. Everything we do, there are a lot of us in the diaspora who are comfortable and doing what we ought to do to live our lives. But we know that nothing can separate us from our country. That's why we continue to push our idea and continue to share our knowledge with our people in our motherland for them to reap and benefit what we are knowledgeable of. That way, we do it in the good of Liberia. Not everybody who you see speaking for Liberia wants to work in government. I have always said that. Thankfully, I came to the limelight in Liberia in the private area. I can never see myself. When I say something, people be like, I cannot see myself working in government, but who knows what the future holds. But there's nothing dishonorable about serving your country. It's just that other people don't want to do that. So anybody who sits on a platform and say, oh, this person want to work for government, that's what they're speaking. No, the person want to serve their country. And if they're qualified, whether they work in we are government or the government before, they should be afforded the opportunity. So that's my conclusion. And I think we had a very great show. And we'll continue
Okay, Sandy, I'm gonna bring you in so you can interject real quick, and then we will open up.
Yeah, I wanted to. When I spoke of TOR, not an executive order establishing a asset recovery, it did not spell out what is required. Timeline usually in an executive order is 1 year. We don't think this problem is going to take 1 year. We do not have the perimeter in which this investigation will be done. Thinking about what
Is there? Is there? Go back to it. Is there? Is there? Is there?
Let me go ahead. Even
No,
with it,
no, you said we don't
okay.
have, but is there?
I saw what they said from 2008.
We'll get to the exchange portion.
Yeah, from 2018. No, change is not about targeting people. It just as when they brought Sarah Bessler name up, okay, I particularly said this is targeting. Okay, come up with a way that you will find out. Let's say everybody else need to bring their resumes. They need to make available sign up that you will find out. Let's say contact my university and then get all if you need my transcript and get my transcript. But you can't go after one person. Whether you believe for a fact this person has or does not have it, but let's have a process, a structure that Emre spoke to, a structure for you to be effective. You need somebody who has a CAMs, okay? Meaning need to be certified anti-money laundering. You need to have somebody who is a certified fraud examiner. You need to have people who understand in business administration. You need to have people who understand finance, accounting, all right? And laws, interstate laws, okay? Different international laws, all right? Not just, please. But let me say another thing. There is a structural problem. Somebody say we should be thinking loud in this government. Thank God I don't have to agree. All right. Thank God I don't have to sing praises. All right. If I see something that does not look good, does not smell good, I will speak to it. The essence of that is to make sure that leader will rethink, reevaluate. Okay. Let me tell you something. When I was a little girl, I had an opportunity to meet Jim Baker. In fact, the former U.S. Secretary of State, and I just met him in Washington not a few months ago. And he made a statement. That time we didn't have 24/7 cable news. He said, Africa has poor leaders. And everybody went off on him. And CNN brought him on. And he said, we don't know when to stop to say, I don't know it. On my job, I will tell you, I will research. I don't know it. And I'm sure on Emre jobs, when people call, there's certain thing that as a manager or as the head of the department, if he does not know, he will let them know. I will call you back. Okay. And that's how we do in the developed world, or we do in a structural area, instead of making up story. So I want to say to you, it's okay for everybody to want to work for government, but don't come under the pretense that this person is bad and so we just want him to move. All right. You said we was bad, but the UP-led government say if UP does not come to power, then let's keep we are. They said it. So apparently we were not that bad. The only reason we was bad to them is because they wanted the seat back and they felt entitled. Now what I'm saying, we are here. Because we are here, let's do things right. Because when Bwaka wins, Liberia wins. Okay? If you put the right things in place and we pick up from here, and I think the fourth republic will be the republic that started after the war, the first election that we had, okay? Because we had the 1847, then we had the 1980, then we had the 1990, then we went through the period of I don't know, I would say good feeling or whatever feeling it was, where we murdered people and we carried on. We came back in 2005 and made an election, had an election. I mean, 2005. Okay. Since we elected that government that we received, we were forgiven for the rest of the country, $4 billion almost. We turned around, we got over 16 billion. When I hear somebody say the person not corrupt, all right? And Emmerich spoke to this so well. Last year, we had a lot of tips here where even Phoebe Hospital, the supplies that it was sending, the U.S. ambassador, McCarthy spoke on it. where they will take the drugs that were brought in by international community. They will take it to the Indian people and they write their first check and they will get a kickback. How do you find that when you don't have experience?
Thank you. Thank you, Sis. Yes, and again, guys, we will open up this session of the crossfire engagement. 5 minutes we will go through. Then we will open up the phone lines for people to call in and contribute to the conversation. But hopefully, the crossfire will start again with Pee Wee. But I want us to start on this note. How can one expect to be successful with that experience and what you hope to achieve? I see people are writing, hey, this person wrote novel on Facebook. This person is an activist. I don't think in a professional environment that's what you focus on. You focus on what is presented, what is considered an asset to that particular position that you serve. In order to be successful, you must have the basic understanding as to what is expected of you in that position. All right. So let us have this conversation. Let us start with Pee Wee. Experience in that area, experience, and I'm heavily involved with it when it comes to experience. When I sit on panel to interview, even for my text at my job, I'm heavily involved with experience, and I consider education as well. But experience, because I know it just helped me be much more successful at what I do. Guys, let's talk about this asset recovery team here. Where are the experience? How successful would they be? And how can they be successful in the society we find ourselves in? Let's talk about it. Crossfire.
Yes, thank you. I think, and I do agree with anyone whosoever with the mindset that experience is important and to be knowledgeable about particular context of issue that you engage in, you have to have some level of reasonability into that. I do agree with that 100%. But one thing I'm saying this is that, and that's one of the things I said. I said, moving on, I'm going to put my new progressive cap back on and just seek the interest of projecting the country, right? The interest of the country is paramount in all of my engagement whatsoever. And part of the reason why I'm saying that, because if you are to move back to this issue, I didn't support Ambassador Boakai. I don't intend whatsoever to move. I'm heading back home to focus on other activities, choose the movement, and the rest of that. I don't intend to take a government job. But the responsibility of every Liberian should be to promote and project the country interests, right? We should think Liberia and do everything Liberia. So it's one of the things, if I went through this list, for instance, Cloud Mountain is a very competent Liberian lawyer, very good in investigation, the rest of that. You had Edis Coffee that ran the FIU, a trained financial analyst, very trained in different financial certification, basically. He's on this committee. You have George Moe and you have John Monba, a very good forensic investigator. So I'm not talking about, listen, my intent in this thing is that I want to ensure that the intent of the establishment of this asset and retrieval committee or whatsoever the president announced in Executive Order 126, the intent is to go and do the job as per the way we should do it to collect money, on behalf of the country, not to bring sentiments to bear. Right. So all of the 15 members on this committee, for instance, the Ministry of Justice is a member of this committee. Why did the president put the Ministry of Justice on the committee? Because when we come to any issue about legal representation outside of our jurisprudence, the Ministry of Justice is going to represent us. Why is the Liberian National Police on this committee? Because I have done some structuring process on this issue. Why is the Liberian National Police on this issue? Is that there's an issue to enforce the law. The police will help in that process of enforcing the law locally. If it is going to be international, the police is also going to intervene in that direction to ensure that you connect with Interpol. Our relationship in recent time with Interpol is very much steadfast, it's on course. Interpol can get connected via that. That's the reason why the Liberian National Police is on this committee, right? So you have the General Services Agency. The General Services Agency is responsible in our country to collect all of government and the properties and the rest of that. Take trend of all those things. We have the GSA on this process with other individuals, both on the civil society and the line of advocating for. So my intent of the committee, the evaluation process of this committee for now, will give them the benefit of that will come out, and that's the Liberian thing. And that's what Chancellor said before. If we are not part of it, everything we want to criticize it. Sometimes give the man the chance to fail before you criticize him. Now, my reason of saying this committee today, I think the intent of the president is good. That's what I would say from the initial state. The only thing that we have problem with. Alice, please.
We're doing it. This is a crossfire section. So
yeah, but we all agree with the intent. You see, this is why you misconstrue.
The road to hell, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Okay, if you can sit here, all right, a country number one that is running almost $100 million a year deficit. It does not have money to pay people. It does not have money for medication for poor, struggling people. It has almost 60,000 people employed by the government. They can't do a job. They have the anti-corruption, Ministry of Justice, hundreds of people, Ministry of Finance, 800 people. And you sit here as a professional person and say, yes, you support the creation of another redundant agency. I'm sorry, my brother.
No,
it doesn't make any sense.
I'm not going to cover.
It doesn't make any sense. Let me bring up some solutions here because I don't like to talk with all solutions.
Jones, most Liberians, you don't call for no solution.
Listen to me. You are just repeating yourself.
That's what you do.
Alex, would you have preferred? Alex, would you have preferred if they had gone through justice and something like create a skeleton committee on a justice instead of creating just a whole new body?
My brother, the role of the Ministry of Justice by law is supposed to confiscate fraudulent assets. Is supposed to investigate corruption.
This is what people is saying. People is saying because the police is represented there. So
the Ministry of Justice is for the police.
They will transfer.
Why will you go and create something?
Come.
What you saying?
And that's what. Just a minute. And that's why I say Liberia is led by a bunch of incompetent people like Pee-wee. And I had the opportunity to discuss, and you listen to them, because when I say incompetent, it sounds repetitive, but it's the truth. This man sat on here, Josh Weah, who, listen to me, Josh Weah, who has proven that he cannot even manage Claritin. If you made Josh Weah mayor of Claritin,
Alex, you bring the whole thing.
Listen to me. Let me this man just sat down.
You keep in with this same movement, the movement to make the world better. You miserably
manage to make Liberia, if you want to go into that, is one of the few Liberian organizations.
Then you talk about incompetence.
May I come in, please?
No, but you know,
and stop filibuster. Let me say here. You see, when you call them out, when you call people that Pee-wee out for their incompetence,
we've been contributing to the society. We've been contributing to the country.
Listen, you contribute nothing. You are the country, in your government. The only contribution you made to Liberia is more poverty, including the person who you say is the former anti-corruption. These are useless people. Why can you show to Liberian people or to the world? Here's a country that has $16 billion.
I thought there was some transformation in your thought process about the argument in Liberia.
You're not giving me a chance.
That's the reason why I don't rather
give me a chance. You like this system because people like you are leeches that only purpose in life, and I love you, but I gotta tell you the truth.
I left the system. I left the system. Almost 3 years I've been out of government. 3 years.
You, the worker, your only purpose in life is to steal, embezzle the Liberia, support yourself and your children abroad, while the poor people in your county live in extreme poverty, and you will sit here.
Hold on 1 second.
It's wickedness.
Alex, let me call you.
Can you come in, please?
No, hold on quickly. I mean, let us not be personal with this. When you say one purpose in life is to steal. I don't think that
Okay, you're stealing. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you that as a financial person, what Liberians don't understand.
The
Let me address
reason,
that.
the reason, the reason.
Lofa, Julio, let me address this, okay?
Hold on 1 second. Let me just
Let me address this when I say stealing. When I say stealing, okay? You know what investment
before you
is?
can come in on this.
let's put this in. Let's put this.
Well,
in
give me a chance. Let me explain
I
myself.
will-
Let me explain myself what I need to steal.
I understand, but let us not get in that direction when it comes to this conversation. Let us be a little bit more civil.
Okay, so all right. So let me go the direction I was going. Okay,
Go ahead.
when you have a country, all right, where majority of the people, almost 80% of the people, live on less than $2 a day. Okay, $2 a day. That's the international standard. It's not coming from Alex Jones. You've had 2 administrations. Okay, they have combined received from government hundreds of in government officials, hundreds of thousands of dollars. The average Liberian minister or senator or representative or president receive more than $7,000 a month from a country where 80% of your people live on $2 a day. That is stealing. That's called embezzlement.
I agree with that. But that is not his intention. You said what he and others look forward to.
He backs us, okay. Yeah, because he backs. I listen to him, I know Pee-wee, and I listen to people like Pee-wee, and they justify.
Oh, you give me time to
they support.
You can't make this a two-way.
They justify this kind
that's
of
why, that's why I didn't want it. I couldn't to go to. So when you bring the kind of half-baked people on the show, I don't understand what is discussed. They go the way they want to go.
I tell
they don't want to discuss the substantive
because I tell the truth.
I have never corrupted anything before. My
Impossible.
life, nothing. I have not been involved any level of any
You supported a corrupt government. You benefited from that government.
If you were saying those kind of things, it's unfortunate.
You facilitate that government. You praise that government. The government that went out there and took millions of dollars in the black market, they can't account for. The government that went out and took almost $1.2 million in loan and cannot show you, like Emery was saying, I was listening. All right. You do not even have the system in place. The technological
and you don't even
system
understand the accounting system of the country. You just said I talk loosely about.
Okay,
can I come in? I'm a financial analyst.
No, you're not.
Can I come in?
I have a question you on this about financial understanding, right?
No, I'm going to go ahead, guys. Listen.
The problem about the structure of the government.
Pee-wee and Alex, we came with this. We are also here, and we have something to give. Okay.
You have to let other people talk.
The problem, Alex, about you understand government.
I'm going to interject. Let's say this.
Pee-wee, you had a chance to talk. Let other people talk. Okay.
I'm
sorry.
I'm sorry. Gibberish. I'm not listening.
When I'm finished, you can respond to what I'm saying.
But you just been talking.
You're not getting me a chance. Liberia in the right direction. That's as I see.
You know,
the other day I had a conversation with a congressperson. Okay, when they found out Liberia has 5,000 jobs, about 5,000 jobs for the president as presidential appointment. And the president said to me, and I have to go do my own research. I think I had a conversation with Emmerich, and I said the United States of America have a little over 4,000 appointed position.
Sorry, man. Let me 1 minute. You said 5,000 jobs.
I'm going to finish. You
said 5,000 jobs.
Let me talk, and I'm going to come back.
There's no 5,000 jobs. That's misleading. It's not 5. It's 500. 500. It's 500 jobs. 500. Lofa, you know, I was saying it's 500, not 5,000.
And you think?
You said 5,000.
500, Pee-wee. Even 500 is too many. All right. What I thought with this government coming to power was, number one, they told us they were going to the people's salary that were harmonized, they were going to change it back. We're not speaking about it anymore. 2, we thought they were going to simplify the agencies, bring in experts who are cross-trained. Let's say, for instance, if you put Emmerich in finance, he's able to manage, he's able to train in finance, in accounting, he's able to bring young people who are graduating to get them to where they can get to the expert level, all right? Instead of getting deputy, assisting, and all of this. And in the technical area, I'm not saying Emery won a Liberian job. I'm saying those are people that we thought we were going to bring on board, or with those kind of acumen, okay, to be able to steer our nation in the right direction. You're coming, even 500 positions, all right? And people are going from agency to agency and moving people. Oh, you must move. La matin, tenu, la matin. So that's what we're talking about here. We're saying those you're bringing on board, you call 2 names. Out of the whole people are 3 names. All right? You got advocates. You got people who just because they support it. You're creating another agency because people supported you. And this is a country that end up with what? Almost 100 million every year in deficit. We ask and we beg the international community on behalf of our people, okay, to support for budget support. You got over 65% of your annual budget going to recurring expenditure. How do you intend to invest in infrastructure? How do you intend to invest in human capital? How do you intend to change the face of the nation, the path of the nation, and put her on path? That's what we're talking about. We're talking about misplacement of people in position that they cannot function or maximize their ability. There's something we call in management, ergonomics, where you put people in where they're very best, and when you put people in where they're very good at, they maximize their output.
Thank you.
Billy, you know, one of the things I see that's troubling, right? One of the things I see.
Emric, yeah. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'm just letting you know now. Open up the phone lines. Callers are calling through. I'll let you land, and then we'll bring the callers through. Callers are calling through. But go ahead, Emric.
Yeah, one of the things I see that troubling, right? You talk about giving back to the society. You talk about those things that I'm not taking it away from you, but I will feel guilty to see how our people every year, right, craving for new leadership, how the direction of the country. If I'm giving and then I see that what I'm doing is not even helping in any way, I will have a sober reflection. Am I blaming you as a person, but as a professional person, that's your job too. That responsibility to say I'm in the public space. My duty is to make sure to improve quality of life, to improve the conditions of our people and those things. Whenever the country is not in the right direction, you have to also take responsibility because you are there defending. So you should be able to take responsibility as well. If you look at what's happening in our country, it's sad that 6 years, right? You say we'll have to wait. This constitution saying 6 years. I agree. But at the same time, too, the direction of the country is something that we should be we all should be concerned about. You say you're giving President Boycott time. Nothing wrong with you giving President Boycott time. But just from the start, nobody's saying be bitter. Nobody's saying come here and be bitter about it. But we have to be very truthful because we are the ones that actually built demons in our leaders. From the onset, we say give them chance, right? You gave them chance. And then later on, we found the best of excuse for them. But what I'm saying is this. If you look at our country, we have to be realistic. Once you get realistic about the condition of our country, then you start to find solutions. Your effort for those 6 years, the reason why you got out is because your effort was nothing. People did not want to see you guys, and they took you out. So you have to realize that it's something that you cannot come and defend it when the entire country did not have confidence in the way you ran the country. First of all, you were in Liberia. You saw the mop-up exercise. You were there. You can still be within and criticize. Nothing wrong with it. Just how it was up to, your volition to resign and leave 2 years before the election you left, you could have still done that. A patriotic person, this is why people that are nationalistic and patriotic, that's what they do. We're not saying you criticize everything, but when we see something to criticize, we're not just criticizing because we're bitter. We're not criticizing because the person we supported lost the election. No. But because we are professional people in this, that's the reason why you have to be able to take away politics from something that is other politics.
Thank
Running a country, you can use politics to win an election, but to run a country, you cannot use politics to run a country. You need technocrats. And to have technocrats in the country, you have to have a different mindset. That whole team, let me just give the reason why I think the team proceeding wrongly. The reason why President Bouaga organized that team or put that team together is one thing. He does not have trust and confidence in the people that he met there. You understand? And as a leader, when you do that, you are signing up for failure. Because first of all, you have to give them your support. But there's no way right now that President Bouaga is thinking that people he met at the Justice Ministry in this country, right? When they have an election, you don't see them, the technocrats. They don't go and be replacing all the technocrat directors and those people and so.
Yes.
So it's something that if President Bouaga understands leadership, this is something that he should be able to understand. You're going to bring drivers in, you're going to bring janitors in, you're going to bring directors in, you're going to bring the trust and confidence will be gone.
Thank
and
you.
will never find people to work with you.
Hold you on that point, folks. You will not be able to respond to any of our callers. Please take notes as we bring our callers in to contribute. They will be given the opportunity to ask questions and comment, and you can respond, engage once they're off the line. We have 3 callers on the line right now. We will start with the first caller here. Caller from 860, last 4 is 8601. Caller, your name and where you're calling from. Let's hear from you.
Thank you, Julio. So this is John Hina Jr. and I call you from Connecticut. Let me comment Huey for his temperament. Let me comment to you for his high sense of responsibility, his high sense of integrity, and his high sense of being very intelligent. I mean, there was a time I listened to Jones. I think it's just today I'm trying to recognize it. I think he expressed his interest. He expressed interest in running for the national higher seat. I think for the presidency one time on the school TV, and I was like, "What? Oh, where has Liberia gone wrong?" You said on the platform, you call yourself a self-proclaimed intellectual. Intellectuals don't behave that well. When you are discussing issues with your colleagues, allow people to talk. Even if you differ with them, there are ways you can address your differences. You don't keep condemning people. You don't just talk loosely on the platform. And this is the person who was trying to contest for the presidency. If you think you are a financial expert, the issue that was brought on the table about the asset recovery program, that is why you should have brought in your expertise, articulate the issue. Get reasons why you differ, and give us reasons why you think you differ, and how you think it should be done. You sit there, you made no contribution. The only thing you keep to say is financial pricing. Your financial professionalism should show us. I mean, your articulation, your suggestion, your solution should show us. Not by you saying I'm upset.
Financial person.
The way you address the police, it's very unfortunate. It's unfortunate. Get the police to the platform before you're talking about running for the national higher seat.
Thank you, Jahina. Let's take our next caller here. Caller from 763, last 4 is 7242. Caller,
Emre, why are you laughing?
You're loud and clear. Elvis, let's hear from you, man.
All right, thank you. I just want to make a point that, on these platforms, you shouldn't, use the past government to dismiss people's point when they're making good points. For some of us who supported the CDC, whenever we're having these engagements on these platforms, people say, "Oh, you support Joe? Yeah, what are you talking about?" The reality is, the majority of the Liberian people voted for this administration to do things differently, to outperform the previous administration. So even if those of us who were supporting the CDC are now criticizing this government for not performing, it shouldn't be a way to just shut off the criticism and say, "Oh, you support the CDC, so what are you talking about?" And I would concur with the last caller on the point that if you are an expert in a specific field, don't use that to shield yourself from any criticism. Being a financial expert or a managerial expert or whatever does not mean that you know everything about management. So people can criticize you and question you when it comes to these issues. But I want us to be fair on this platform for the president. I think this government is doing, I won't say it's quite well, but they're not a field government yet. I give them a grade of a C plus because I think there's some things that they're doing well, and we want to be balancing our analysis when we're criticizing or we're giving props. But I think the discussion has to be civil. I follow Alex Jones on other platforms. I think he might come up a little too abrasive and a little too aggressive when he's deliberating. And I think for us who have listened to him on several platforms, it's a little unbecoming. So my advice to the gentleman will be, tone it down a little bit. We all want to listen. We all want to learn. We all participate on these different platforms. So no need to get too aggressive. Overall, I appreciate the conversation, Julius, and thank you for taking my call. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Elvis, for your contribution. Let's take our next caller here, 215-9625. Caller, your name and where you're calling us from. Let's hear from you.
Yes, Julius, this is Nelson Gaga. I'm calling you from Minnesota.
Mr. Gaga, let's hear from you, boss man.
Yes, sir, boss. I had 3 short points. So, number one, I just want to tell Sylvester that Sylvester, the government has a short-term program called 100-day deliverables. If they don't want to be graded or nobody to grade them, there shouldn't be such thing in the first place. So if after the 100 days, we grade the government, all right, because they say what they were supposed to do and they will do it. According to Mr. Whitey, he said in 100 days, no car will hit on a major road from Nima County to Zuedru is a major road. From Zuedru to San County is a major road. These are major roads. So after 100 days and no roads are not there, we start a criticism. So we create a government and then start a criticism because this is the thing he said. Nobody bring his mouth. So for you to say it's too soon, 100 days, even 100 days are soon. I mean, it's not a time to criticize. I don't think that's going to be better. But on the asset recovery, look, it's a joke. How can you put boys to recover? I mean, asset, the whole country asset. It's not possible. It's not possible. Look, last time we saw somebody like Arthur Johnson, counselor, he's a criminal lawyer, and in fact, international lawyer. He works with the European Serino people. He's one of the best in our country. These two guys, they are some of the best in the country. And they just do what they could do, but they went some at a certain point. Everything we're gonna hear about it again. You're talking about putting Martin Corey and Gong. What you gonna do? I don't know that which one because exactly they're gonna be talking nonsense like a politics. That's what they could do. So it's a mess. Okay? One Ellis, your partner, how they call it, the other guy who's on the show, Ellis, Mr. Ellis. I think you sounded aggressive. You are going personal. I think when you discuss your issues is not better. It's not a better way to put it. You should discuss better and then agree with other people when they say their own, and then you correct them in a very respectful manner. The way you go in is very respectful to others. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take the next caller here. 612 last 4 is 9634. Call me your name and where you calling from. Let's hear from you.
Hey, this is Benjamin, the other public policeman. How are you?
Thought I blocked you, dude. Go ahead.
My question goes to Pee-wee. Hi, Minister Pee-wee. If the government did not love this current election, would you have had this change of mind? Think about that. That's my question to Pee-wee. My second issue here is that the whole asset recovery thing is a joke. Just like everybody else saying, it's a complete joke. I think they put people there who will be very vindictive. Look, the guy who is the head of the team is my cousin, and I know him very well. He's a very nice, brilliant human being. But he and the weird government, they had a problem. So if you're having that kind of a good man over such a team, his appearance, even if he's doing the right thing.
Wait. Benjamin Jonah, you just said the head of the asset recovery team is your cousin, and he had problem with the previous government.
Yeah,
personal problem. You spoke to, right?
No. So no. You remember the guy that they removed from the what's it called?
Yeah, he actually took the government to court.
Airport authority.
Yeah.
No, not the airport.
The LSCC.
Now the airport, LACC. He wanted the court.
LSCC. Was from LSCC.
Technical position did not end, and the citizen government had to pay him. What's the name? What's the position?
Martin.
Yeah.
Right.
So Martin came from the LACC. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So Mountain and this previous government, they did not end up on a good move. So even if Mountain is going after these guys with a legitimate reason, if they have lawyers, the first thing that the lawyer will prefer is to have Mountain to accuse himself. So why do you want to put someone in a place that they're going to be an obstacle in the first place? Because definitely no lawyer would allow Mountain, and no good lawyer would allow Mountain to bring case against their client if that client was part of the past government. Because it's going to be, they will definitely fight it. And here's my last issue. If this team is very serious to retrieve assets, Ellen Johnson had made it clear that her son stole the Liberian people on the car. That one is clear. This is the first asset they don't have to spend money to retrieve. Is the Blacker government, that team willing to go and retrieve that first asset? That is my question. Thank you.
Thank you. The last caller here is 763-7242. Caller, your name and where you calling from. Let's hear from you.
Yeah, sorry, Julius. This is Elvis again. I'm getting a double dip. I'm sorry, but I forgot something.
You're giving Elvis, you're giving a double dip here. That's why we ain't going nowhere. Y'all cheating on us.
I'm just messing with you. Just one point I wanted to make. Look,
go ahead, boss man.
My question is for the entire panel. Mm-hmm. This asset recovery team, do they think that it circumvent the LBC authority to do these kind of investigations? And then also, is it going to be a temporary team or something that's going to be on a permanent basis after this person leaves office? And one thing I think we need to watch out for, we can learn from Nigeria, the same people that went after these, money from Sani Abacha and other former leaders in Nigeria, they just stole the same money that they recovered. So they recovered the money and then they took their own attainment from one time of it, and then they themselves were being prosecuted for stealing and recovering money that they recovered.
Steve on Steve now.
Temporary team, or it's going to be a permanent fixture in our government system. But thank you for taking my call again. Sorry for jumping in.
No, you good, bro. I was just messing with you. It's okay. Again, I think that was our last caller. Unless we get another caller, I will leave the phone lines open for another at least 5 minutes. But I will leave you guys to respond, and when calls come through for the next 5 minutes, then we will close it up and then we'll go back. All right. Caller your name and where you calling from. Let's hear from you. Hello, caller your name and where you calling. Do not listen to your monitor. Listen to us.
Hello.
Yes, Mama. Go ahead. Your name and where you calling from.
I am Anna. I'm calling for San Antonio.
Anna, let's hear from you.
Okay, thank you. And Lufa, most of the time when people come on show, you try to do your best because you try to educate us. So try and do your best to understand you and be rest back there. Okay. First of all, I start with the access recovery team members. I think they should be neutral because some of them are partisans, like Martin Kula. Some of them are partisans of UP. So it will be better President Bouaka looks for neutral members, people who are neutral. They will work. The first thing. Second thing should be, let's start from 2006. He and Marshall's government, that's where we should start from. You don't start from below and go up. You start from up and come down. Their government, what they did, how they are working the government, I know what all took place. In our 12 years, we know what took place. The corruption. John Molu even said it. He said that was created. Marshall and Bouaka government are the best wicked government that we ever had. Corrupt. Yes. I have a copy of the report. I have it. Working that government in the 12 years, so what happened? You only focus by the time and you see the pay coming, but no development. Even
I'm sorry. When you say you worked in that government, you meant the Ellen government, the UP previous.
Yes, I worked in the Ellen government. I was general coordinator.
Okay. I just needed clarity. I just needed clarity, Mama. Go ahead.
Yes, I worked in general ministry. Okay, so the best and worst corrupt government that Bouaka worked in. If you see Bouaka's record in our government, what he did was very bad. As VP, he had budget for his office and nothing he could do. Nothing. So the first 6 years, the second 6 years, Action Party wanted to take him from there. They said, we can continue with your VP. But then they had to beg, Martin had to beg for him to continue. It was an agreement between UP and Action Party. Okay, Action Party will join you to go, but the first 6 years, use your UP and how to call it a Bouaka. In the second 6 years, Action Party will bring UP. Bouaka refused to leave the seat because he knows he was going to be audited. So he was afraid. So he had to beg for him to stay. So if you want to audit people today, you should start from 2006. That is well done. But you shouldn't start from 2018. That wish on there. Then start from 2006. Then some of us will tell them what they did, what he did. And even I worked in the Doe government, where he was our minister, he was dismissed. Why he was dismissed? Our Doe government had registered for the college in Singapore. He was dismissed. That's when I came. They sent him to APRC. Why he left from there? He had bad record. He should stop what he do. He should stop. You know, when you throw stone, be careful where you throw that stone. Because when they throw it back, it will affect you. So then from 2006, let's forget those times when he was our culture minister, he eat his toe and he was dismissed. Another time again, APRC, let's just start from 2006. They will tell him. So let's just stop what he do. He should stop preparing and have peaceful appearance. Since we decided to accept the result, let's take the peace on. He should not come in the step the peace. He promised the Liberia what he would do. He can't do any just to go behind. What are the campaign promises? Why he can't go into them? How campaign promises? And he's not trying to change the face of Liberia. He came after him, they stole election. The man who stole the election for him today, they can't send him to work. Quote. The man all around, he should stop it. You are advising to stop it. Therefore, politics has started. You can advise Bouaka to stop it. His age when he buying horses, and a man who was people paying him, he can pay horses. More than billions of horses because people paying him. He was senator for 3 years. Yeah. So he should stop it. He's taking a more country back. But I look at you try to tell you low for 7 years. I tell him he's taking our country back. We're not good. We want peace in our country. Some of whom here, our children, they don't sleep. Worry about them.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, guys, we will shut the phone lines down. We will not take any more calls. We don't have any more call in queue. So we shut it down, and then we'll go back to you guys to give your response. If you feel like there's a reason to respond to anything, you can go ahead and do that. If not,
I'll let you respond.
I think there was a question to me, right?
Yeah, there were questions. If there was a question to you, respond.
There were questions.
The two of you have to wait now because when we get off, then you can be in your fight.
No, I'm further than that. No. I can't go now. No.
Okay.
I'm going that route.
Let me say something. I mean, I was interrupted.
I mean, there should be an intellectual exchange. I wouldn't shouldn't be petty to go to.
It is.
I died from guata politics ever since. So,
I think people misunderstand what it means by intellectual conversation. When you listen to the British Parliament and you listen to the Canadian Parliament, they are going at each other. Okay, only in Liberia, where if you hold a government official responsible or president responsible for failures, then people got a problem with it, and that's why our country is so undeveloped. The people, especially the young people, I'm very disappointed in them. Because these are the same young people who will sit down and say they want change. They have no opportunity. Okay? They have no opportunity.
The problem with you, Alex, is that you disappointing everybody.
Why you always listen to me?
Oh, okay. I thought was that change. Okay,
yeah, but let me land and then you can
go ahead.
The problem here is in life you gotta have standards. And some of you don't have any standards. Y'all will look at failure and y'all will say at least. I don't know what academic institution y'all went to where somebody will fail and make a D, or your children will fail and you say, well, they will make a D and you will still be there and saying, oh yeah, my child made a D, at least he did good. That's how Liberian people think. I'm not here for popularity. Okay? That's not my purpose. I'm not here because I want people to praise me. I'm here to talk about ills in society. That's why I've committed my life to. So if people think I'm too embracive, then I'm doing something good. Because if you have the kind of result that you've had in Liberia and you are not embracing and upset, there's something wrong with your head. You should be disgusted to have a country with such potential, with so many capable people contributing to the world.
So, is there any specific question you want to respond to from the callers?
Nothing. He would
just respond to one. I said abrasive. Somebody mentioned that my approach is a little abrasive, and that's why I was responding to that. We as Liberians, we should be more passionate. We shouldn't sit there. Hold on. We shouldn't sit there and be used by recycled politicians who've destroyed the future of young people in our country for many, many years. People like the Borka, the Congolos, the Sylvesters, and benefited. And sit here, they got them paid. Okay, they got them paid. But then when they come on forum, we should clap for them and tell them, say, Sylvester, you did such a good job. At least you tried. Sylvester, you done nothing to improve Liberia. Liberia HDI, Human Development Index, is one of the lowest in the world. It's a disgrace.
Thank you.
Anybody who works in government, listen, Liberia Corruption Index is one of the worst in the world. How can you sit there and praise people who was responsible, who got paid thousands of dollars to fix the index, the human index, to improve people's lives? And they didn't do it. But you sit down here and you bring the same people by and you want me to sit here as an informed 21st century person and tell you any one of these people that I should give praises, to get no praises from me. I'm sorry. The woman who at the market in Liberia, let me tell you that anyway, this point, the ordinary people, even the Zocos, I have more respect for them than any one of your past government officials, including Borka. Because at least these people did not manage the country or mismanage the country. So you're not going to get that from me. I'm sorry. Thank you,
Alex. Pee-wee, go ahead.
Yes, I will go straight to the question. The guy asked if we have won, if I will have a second thought. Clearly, it was, it was time to move on, to come and improve a career in terms of some thing I want to do before going back to Liberia. When I came here 2014 to school, after that I returned to the country 2017. After the election, took some time. I wanted to also come back, my dear brother. So I'm here again for another mission. And when the mission is done, hopefully my mission will end here around 2026. Then I should be based in Liberia and try to help the process moving on. Now, the intent, my dear brother Alex, is that we all move ourselves. We taught yesterday when we were coming out of young student leaders, both from high school, just out of high school to the University of Liberia. Our thought process was to see Liberia move through the system, right? We heard the same thing about recycle politicians. I'm one of those that are frown on the level of recycle politicians. I believe that the people should be given the opportunity. The last time when I drove into Lofa driving, I thought during the campaign, it's one of the things that I said. I was born in Lofa, the current hospital in Zozo, right? The last time I drove almost 75 miles per hour from Banga all the way to Goru, I was elated about that. I was extremely elated, right? I was elated. And it's part of that because it's a cycle. All the time we see, that's what I'm one of those that are waiting to challenge this president because he said that there will be no collaboration in the mud throughout the 43,000 square miles of the better weight of the Republic of Liberia. We are waiting to see that. Am I praying that should happen? No. I'm hopeful that his Minister of Public Works will put into place the necessary structure to prevent that. But all of the time, we're in the same thing. The Southeastern Road, impossible. Lofa County Road, impossible. That's one of the reasons why I campaigned for George Weah, because he was setting the stage to connect our very capital via the 15th political subdivision of our country. All of the time, you will come on this show. You will always say to us, I'm a financial expert. I'm a this expert. But you will perform no solution whatsoever. So that's why sometimes I say, and no, you have nothing whatsoever.
I told you, you don't need to you don't need to.
Come on, man, Alex, don't go there.
To create a redundant agency.
When we discussing major issue, that's why I said last time. I said, shame on you, Alex. You even came out of the movement to make the problem. Shame on you. You didn't even go back to the country to do voter registration. You said you want to transform and change the country. What's your perspective on those kind of a line? You see the kind of a line of just trying to meander your way through the kind of thing and say this useless, that useless. It's not the way forward. The way forward is you perfect solution that can impact the young people. You did not even go back to the country to even buy a ticket. I've offered to buy you a ticket to go back to the country. You refused my offer.
Well, why you didn't offer me one?
But you know, I offer you to buy a ticket to go.
Can I respond to this man?
You have to send it up. When you come here, Emery, please go ahead, man. Emery, I bought the man ticket, and man refused to go to the country. He just sit here every day.
I just got to respond to this
every day, and he sent in Ohio and take his cigar and enjoy on vacation. Yeah?
Thank you. Like Emery, and then we'll go to
this guy's a joke.
Right, yeah, but you know, this is a very, very, very good discussion, right? We look, there have been so many solutions given to past government, present government. So the issue is not solution. The willpower to implement those things that is one of the reasons why we are falling behind. We don't have the willpower. The reason why the willpower is not there because of the political patronages and all of those things that got us over there. People that we thought that we will come to put to rest some of the bad behaviors and practices. When those people join us, then it makes it hard for us to go and fix things, right? So you see, when President Boyka said he can be with the devil, he did not look at that to be that this is what's going to hinder my whole functionality as a president. If you look at what's happening right now, right, it's going to create strained relationship with other people. It's going to the witch hunt going to be there, and you don't want to do that. You can say you have a TOR, okay, and then you say 2018. You just pick 2018. What wisdom? What's the wisdom behind picking 2018? He said he was there when he was a park race car, right? And then he was there. He saw what happened. But then, if you were there and you saw what happened, why can't it be from the time you were there when you witnessed all of those things to say, let's recover the assets from the time I was there or witness to those things? Why is it 2018? So, my brother Pew, I would just want to find out what's the wisdom behind this magical 2018. What's really the wisdom behind it? What the thought process that went into it to say 2018 was the only time, the cutoff time that we actually saw people stealing and being corrupt. And so let's start from 2018. That's one problem that the lady just spoke, right? She was really on point when she talked about not going back as far as 2006. That's a salient point too. And that's why, when she spoke independently, and that was great that she came in through some highlights and gave some factual information to this whole discussion we are having. So to avoid it appearing as a witch hunt. And Benjamin spoke about his cousin who already is aggrieved with the past administration. And President Bouaka knew. That's when we say judgment. Poor judgment. That's poor judgment. To know a person, even if his intent is good, right? If the guy is a good guy, if the guy is a brilliant guy, the guy is a professional person, he's competent. The issue of being compromised by his interaction or his judgment to prosecute the right way, to do those things the right way, you can look at it and have that in a way. Like the witness character, for instance, you can go to the court. Somebody just laid out that example. You can go to the court. Yeah, when you already had an issue, you already had an existing issue with somebody that you go into to bear witness against, right? And that have nothing to do with that case. But because of your interaction, your prior interaction with that person, you may not be qualified as a witness to testify against that person. So if you look at Clark by itself, by putting him on that committee, it was just wrong. Poor judgment on the president. Look, we can start to chronicle all of these things since President Bouaka took over, right? You will find from one thing. It's not like we're trying to nitpick or cherry pick or be picky on everything. But if you find from one era to the other, it shows that some of the things we talk about, that he does not have the leadership ability. That's true. He does not have the leadership ability. He does not have the willpower to decide on his own. I think, to me, he's being controlled in a sense. And this is what they do. One thing I noticed, what they do, now they are blaming Grisby to say he's from Cummings' camp. Oh, but he don't want trying to sabotage, because if you say that, oh, Grisby is trying to sabotage the president because he's from Cummings, that Cummings is man, then you're saying that Bouaka is doing something wrong. But they can't say Bouaka is doing something wrong, so they look for a scapegoat. They blame it on he came from ANC. This is how we behave. Liberians, this is how we behave. We make great excuses for President Bouaka, even long before the election. Trust me, people are making excuses for him, and we still do it. The same way people made excuses for President Weah, former President Weah. The same way. It's apart from one thing. Sacrifices is just in our country that we see, even the educated ones, right? We see that they are so sympathetic. And we can't continue to move our country. Alex, people may not agree with the way you say it. I think because you're a blunt person, people say act professional. But then I don't know any book that's written about professionalism or sense that he's not insulting anyone. Okay, if he's being abrasive, but he's not insulting anyone. He's not coming out here insulting and throwing, insults to anyone. He's just being blunt and frustrated about the situation that we all are frustrated about. So I understand your frustration that we have tried so many times over and over to bring in change. We cannot get this change. It's because the society, the culture, right, is so corrupt to the core that you need a different group of people to be able to bring that change. And Brother P rightly said, we have to make sure that we be on grounds to push some of those things. Alex, I will encourage you to not just do the talking on Facebook. Yeah, and take up your time. Let's go to Liberia as a team and see how we can impact the society over there. So thanks to everybody.
Guys, sorry, I had to create an exception. So let me bring in Mr. Gonglo here to contribute to the conversation quickly. I apologize, I had to open the phone line. Go ahead, my brother. Let's hear from you.
Good evening, guys. I follow the show briefly. I've been in and out, but I listened to Mr. Jones, Alex Jones' statement. I followed Jones for a while now, particularly during the 2023 elections. Jones likes to criticize almost everyone who does not do things the way he believes things should be done. You know, and that's kind of very sad that in a diverse society, people have different views, people have different strategies, people have different way of looking at things. John has a mindset that those whoever work in government is corrupt, and that's fundamentally flawed thinking. You know, I believe probably his father, his mother, or someone in his family probably worked for the government of Liberia before, and is he concluding that they were corrupt? When he mentioned Councillor Gonglo and others as the beneficiary of his system, I don't know what he means when he mentioned these names. Gonglo, Councillor Gonglo worked in government. Yes, he did. Not once. He worked with Dr. Sawyer. He worked with Alan Johnson Salih, and his records are very clear as they light in public service in Liberia. You know, this very Jones came on board to even support Councillor Gonglo. He thought he was the best person. The only condition was that Councillor Gonglo must run independent and not on the Liberian People's Party. If he run independent, then he will support him. That was Jones' condition. That because he did not want the name Dr. Poema Formula or Sawyer to be associated with Gonglo's success, he must dissociate himself from the group that the church is known to as a progressive movement. That was Jones' argument. And I don't know, I don't want to dig in the history of Liberia. I understand certain class social group of Liberians don't like the likes of the late Dr. Sawyer, Dr. Formula, Dr. Tipote, because they felt these people fought and took, spoons from their mouth, which was the right thing to do because Liberia was chronically one-sided. You know, we have an exploitative relationship with the government and the government and the governed. And these people fought the system to change the system. James does not like those people. And that is part of his problem. But I will leave it as that. Let me just make my 1 minute contribution to the discussion.
In addition to the previous 20 minutes you made, so okay. Go now, Colibo, I'm just messing with you. Colibo, I'm just messing with you. Go ahead, boss man.
Yeah. But let me just make a quick passing comment here. I made a comment and I will continue to say so. Asset recovery and the issue of transparency and accountability is a fundamental issue. The fact that I would say, almost 20 years into a post-war democratic process in Liberia, we are still dark on the issue of corruption, lack of transparency in our public service. It's because we have only two parties of corruption, that's CDC and United Party. Those are the two parties of corruption. If President Bouaka wants to do this, which I agree is the best thing to do, but let's institutionalize it. Let the president open a public debate. Do we need a public protector, or how do we call it? Do we need to have an office within the Ministry of Justice that is independent, that will be engaged in asset recovery, or do we need to give additional power to AICC or FIU, the Financial Intelligence Unit? Do we need to? So let's debate this so that we do it, institutionalize the process, so that it's not just one administration thing, that when the administration leaves, next administration comes, they have a different approach. So that we legislate that, we put that in, we create a statute to say, this is the authority and it's governed by this, and this is the criteria, this is the qualification for those who serve on asset recovery team. But as it stands, those who have been nominated so far, I mean, take Alex Coffey, who is part of those guys who call themselves financial experts like Alex Jones. And look at his record at FIU. Don't take it from Kelabo Gongo. Go to GSC website and look at the 2018 audit reports on FIU with Alex Coffey. Go and read it. You know, I mean, you'll be amazed that such a person is named to even do asset recovery when they should be recovering assets for him. $600,000 went on the counter for. but he's not in charge of a project. So that's a fundamental issue with the mindset here.
Thank
Let's
you.
institutionalize it instead of just limiting it to a president goal. No, it should not be a president goal. It should be a country desire.
Thank you, Kelbo. Thank you for your input. Hopefully next week we'll have you on here to be one of our panelists. Call in. Now, folks, let's kind of wrap this up. We will go back. Let's start with my brother Elston here. First of all, Elston is going to have to respond to the callers, and then we will start with Elston to actually start with our closing statement. Then we will wrap things up. So please be patient enough to understand that Elston will have to be given enough time to respond to the callers and, of course, give us his closing comment and contribution. So, my brother, here you go. Let's hear from you. You heard everything that people said. The people say your government is the best. And
I was sleeping and just woke up.
let's hear from you, my brother. Legend. Let's hear from you.
Yeah. So firstly, Lofa, firstly, let me say warm appreciation from me to you for extending me an opportunity to appear on the show. And it has been a very spirited show. If we did not like our country as much as we do, we wouldn't be here. We will therefore with each other, we will have agreements. But the common good here is to see Liberia be a better country in the foreseeable future. If we don't get to enjoy that, we hope our children, our children's children get to enjoy that. But having said that, as far as the colors are concerned, I think we have diverse colors. So, hey, it kind of sets everything off. So some people were leaning toward the government, other people were opposed to the government, but you always have to respect people's opinion. And coming from communication background, that's something that can pretty fluidly for me. So I have no problem with our colors, respect their choices and their positions. But in my parting statement, I would say Alex is a very stern gentleman, and people like these, they don't back down from their position. You have to respect their position. So I mean, he according to other people, he appear abrasive, but not in my purview. I think he's just a lot more outspoken, and people mistake the word outspoken to mean somebody who speak fluently or flamboyant when they speak. Outspoken just means somebody who speak the truth. He's a true speaker. I mean, there are things that he may say that I may have differ with, like when he said he preferred Osoko versus our previous president and current president. That's
I gave respect.
outspoken.
No, I said let me correct. I said
but
that I would
on
give
the
more
overall,
respect.
I would not say all the things you said here. They are so outlandish. No, he said a lot of truths, but I mean, I just pointed that out because I differ with him on that. But then that's a different subject for a different day. But we have to be tolerant of one another. We have to let people to speak their mind. He's a free speaker. We live in a free world. Come on. The internet age is a different age. Gone are those days that people will be afraid of people who kill people in our country to say we'll not criticize them because they will come after us. That is not going to happen. We don't project that. We don't see that not anytime soon. So we'll use our mouth word, so to speak. We will use our words. We'll propound on the issue. We'll stick with the issue. We will just be Liberians, and that's all we have. Liberia is all we have. So in my parting statement, I'd like to say, long live our common patrimony, Liberia. As we grow in age, it is always my ardent hope that we'll grow in wisdom. Thank you for the show, guys.
Definitely. Thank you, Brother Eston. Of course, I refer to you as a legend. Let's go back to Alex. We'll go to Sister Cindy, and then we'll come back to my brother Sylvester, and then we will close with Emmerich. So, Alex, the people said, bro, you come out here swinging, you have no patience. Like, look, you're coming out like you're in the who, bro. Like you're like, I ain't playing with this. If you mess with me, we're gonna swing, bro. What's up with that attitude? Are you gonna find a
Okay,
reason?
okay. So, Lofa, when I listen to Jerry Rollins or Thomas Sankara, okay, all right, what I hear from them is passion.
You said to come out
who speak the truth. Hold on now. You wouldn't call Jerry Rollins outlandish for trying to develop his country, for holding people to the highest standard, for speaking the truth against corruption. But you call me outlandish. So let me go back to the Zoko thing. What I said, I would respect Ozoko because Ozoko is a victim of poor education, and public services in the country. They are not responsible. I got more respect from them than people who have ran the country into the ground. Mr. Barker just called, a Gongolo. Good guy, smart guy. Okay. The problem here, I wouldn't expect him not to defend his brother. It's a conflict of interest. So every time I speak, he and I have long conversation. So by the time I talk about Gonglo, like he said, I've supported, in fact, I was one of those that encouraged Gonglo to run. And he was absolutely correct. I've had many conversations with Gonglo. But I'm not going to sit here. The problem in Liberia is when somebody is wrong or being misled, we don't have the courage to tell them the truth. Like I said, I'm one of those who encouraged Councillor Gonglo to run, but I have my conditions. I have principles. I was asked to work in the government under Ellen. I have my condition. I will offer my condition and services to any government, but it will come with conditions because I'm not one of these people who, like some what we call like bro hobo Joe there because I want government position, so I will go there and prison. Okay. I'm not that type. That your American, that your Kofi Woods, because you have a country. These same people, the same gonglos that was speaking against Charles Taylor for police state, for beating people, for killing people, they are quiet today. When this government within 1 month, there being 4 people dead. One at LEC. You didn't hear no gonglo, we didn't hear no Kofi Woods, but you hearing Alex Jones. I've been very, very consistent. Very consistent. One of the most consistent person. You can go back to 5-6 years ago. All I want to see, so I'm not just criticizing. Your question I was brought here today as a financial person is, does it make sense to go out in a country where you don't have enough budget, you don't have enough money, you are running a deficit, you have debt? Does it make sense to go out and establish and fund a new agency when there are 3 or 4 other agencies that already have that responsibility? That's why I came here for. And I gave my recommendation. It does not make sense in a poor country. So when Mr. Peary sit here and say I don't offer solution, okay, or I just criticize, he's not correct. I've written more financial papers and recommendations in Liberia and published papers than just about any Liberian financial professional. So I've given solutions. I've given solutions on how you focus on getting an airline in Liberia, domestic airline, how to do it, like Ethiopia and other countries. The problem is that we want to be, illiterate. We don't want to read. We don't want to listen to the person's views. We want to be, sensitive because the person, I'm not praising, but if I praise Burger tomorrow, I'll get a job. But I refuse to do that. There's people in society with morals. There are people in society with standards. Like I said earlier, I think I've been right on most of the things. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, I gave my analysis. I was right that the government would not perform. The country will go back to where it is. Our HDI will not improve. On the George Weah administration, when I saw how they were conducting themselves, and I felt that George Weah is not qualified as a manager to run a country. He may be liked. And anybody who sit here and look at a man like George Weah and say that's the man you want to manage the economy of one of the poorest country in the world, you have a psychological problem. Okay? And I'm seeing this about Borka. I've done my analysis. And I've seen the man past record. I've seen within 1 month time, look, they've been protesting in Europe where they're burning down public buildings. They got tire on fire in Paris. How many people you heard the police shot and killed? Nobody. So why in Liberia, every time somebody protests or every time somebody criticizes a government or something, they're either going to be dead or they're going to be shot or something? Is that rule of law? Somebody go and allegedly steal LEC, right? Correct. Of which all your ministers then stealing it. Okay? You go and kill this young man, murder him by a government official or LEC, and you sit there with the same managing director of LEC, get on a plane and go to Ivory Coast. That's weakness. You haven't even addressed to show any sympathy. that, look, this is a young man with children and married. And so we are wicked people. If it doesn't favor us, or if we don't like people, or we support this person, then we can't see any wrong. And that is what disgusts me about Liberians. We have the system we have today because we don't have truth tellers. And some of us who are at least trying, we're not doing it for position. We're not doing it because I won't go Liberia and pass around. If there's a need for me to be in Liberia, I will. If there's a way I can help and educate and help the finance ministry or the central bank governor, of which they need a lot of help, I will. But I don't even have to be in Liberia. I sit in my home and I consult for JP Morgan and Citibank and people all around the world. Do I have to be physically there? Would it be less expensive to utilize Emory and utilize other people abroad? We have the internet age. So maybe like I said, I don't apologize for, my resentment towards people who destroy the country. It's time that we stop recycling people. It's time that we start giving people position because they're part of your party and because they got an education with no proven success. We did that to people that vanished him. We did that to people like American. We do that with people Burma Camara. What is the success? How do you reform the banks in Liberia to give loans? How do you create a system of fintech so that you can be able to track expenses and corruption? There are people here who can do it. And you fail to do all these things, but you want me here to come and praise somebody, a dinosaurs, illiterally. I would not do that. I'm sorry if I offend you.
Thank you.
But Alex Jones will be Alex Jones. Thank you very much. And by the way, Lofa, I think I said it before, you're doing an excellent job. I will consider you one of the best journalists in Liberia. And I'm not saying that because I know you.
I'm not a
journalist. You are unbiased.
I'm just
trying to say that. But anyone who has to
on the you and him falls, right?
I wish me he be for the million still gonna be bagging for me and you Emery be bagging for. But it's not personal.
Be with a man black man number. Be with.
Oh, the man black you?
Oh yeah, the man black.
Yeah, the man.
Because you're very disrespectful.
The man, when you hit these, and
It
was a pleasure.
Cindy, that's Cindy, for being the only lady on here tonight. I must say, I know you can always stand your ground, but I appreciate you for joining us tonight. And even though the invitation wasn't extended, and I must apologize to you for that, you still said, I will come on here tonight. I don't care what you say. I will represent my side of the conversation, and you came on tonight. So I want to say my apologies, but welcome. And let's be a part of the conversation. Thank you. Let's hear from you. What do you make of the conversation in your closing?
And thank you, Lofa, for having me. Thank you to the gentleman on the platform for being the way you are. I represent 50% of the population. I think we have a say-so in the forward march of the nation. I think all Liberian women should be heard, those who can. So first, let's talk about working system. We are not here to perpetually criticize. We're here asking and pushing for a working system, a structure where it's based on merit or meritocracy. Not what tribe you belong to, what religion you practice, what sex or gender you are. But if you can do the job, that you'll be given an opportunity, and that's what we're talking about. The nation that we live in, so all of us who sitting here, we live here. Some of you may have come to visit, you saw it, you like it, you stay. But we pack up, we go to Liberia, and we do the same thing. Now, let me speak to Alex. I've known Alex for a little bit, but I think Alex is brutally blunt. We're used to telling people beautiful lies. We were taught to say, you're telling story. I'm too old not to tell somebody you're telling story. A lie is a lie. It does not matter who tells it, whether they're 80 years old or they're 3 years old. It's a lie, in my opinion. That's how I see it. All right. And when we grow to accept people and the way they come and filter through maybe what they're not saying to make sense of it, we will not look at the minutiae of things. Now, in essence, Alex is a beautiful beast. Just take it, ask him around. Okay. Now, talking about a working system, you have a country where at this point, I think since this government came to power, we're fighting over $40,000 being left in the account or money that were not left in the account. We can't pay people. but we continue to hire people. This is restructuring era. It's like you have a company, whether we like it or not. Even this America that you're talking about, you say it's a government, it's managed as an institution, as a corporate. That's why you get some of the best brains to represent us. Okay? The best brains to represent us. Like you create a tent. For the tent to hold, you need a stronger pole so everybody can fit under that tent. You cannot bring the weak pole to be the cornerstone and anticipate that the tent is going to hold when tornado comes. That's what we're building. And our armor voice, it does not. Let me tell you something. Emmerich knows. Emmerich knows. Mr. Cummings will tell you. Send your bill calling his name. Justin, you too hard on me. If I help you to ascend, it is my responsibility to first check you and hold you accountable. Because if the shame comes, it will be me that will be the betrayer of the people, because I am telling you that I know you, people should vote for you, but then you come back and you feel miserably, then that means I have the lack in decision. Okay? So we must be offering those of you who supported it instead of singing praises, because that's what most of the people with Joshua did. They say, oh, Joshua is not educated. That is true. He may have had a degree. That does not necessarily mean he was educated. I remember the first interview he said, you don't understand accounting, you don't understand finance, you don't understand strategic management, but he has an MBA. Okay? He said it. He confessed it when our guy who used to be on CNN came and did that interview. All of us saw it. But he brought someone supposed to be some of the best brain Liberia has. And they were only after themselves. We are a failed state. We don't think at this point we need to be adding to the negative, or you can call it budget shuffle that what Liberia is known for. 3 consecutive years of budget shuffle under the UP-led government. We never care to balance the budget. We continue to pay these people an exorbitant amount of money while the nation continues to suffer. We went through a 14-year civil war, where we're supposed to be restructuring, where we're supposed to be amplifying education, redirecting the nation, setting the tune, the next culture that we thought we would project for our nation, for our people, for the next generation. We failed miserably. It is the same group that we brought back. How in heaven we have people like Samuel Kofi Woods, a security advisor. This is a dude who, under his leadership, he was getting bogus contract, millions of dollars missing. Even when the LACC told him he could not award or pay certain contract because they were not verified, he was the Lord and gospel. Nobody asking a ding. He did whatever he wanted to do. How is it a change in your opinion that you anticipate that I should wait for 2 years, I should wait for 1 year? I'm seeing the sound rating on the wall as an intelligent person, as a patriot. Okay, I have a responsibility. It may not be to you, it may not be to your children, but to my children and their children, my grandchildren. At that, I have the responsibility to stand up, but mostly to the Liberian children who are living in Liberia, who mothers who cannot feed their children when they leave Kobo for them to eat the next day. When the child steals them because they're hungry, they beat them almost to death. Look at, for instance, Kepma. We saw ERU shooting Liberians in broad daylight. We're yet to hear from the president. We were the same people talking about Joshua yesterday, cutting speech from the people. Where are we with that? You saw people went to a man's house who, according to their store, and would say it was a mistaken identity, beat him to death, mauled him to death, even after taking over. January, we had a woman ripped in red light, finger, men shoving themselves inside of her, naked her, whooping her, wide open. You know what? I don't see it. Today, you are in power. And let me say that, and I will stop here. 2 years ago, almost 3 years ago, we went to a convention in Maryland. And the global people were making their laws. And I stood up there and I said to them, you don't make laws for the now. Laws should always be a living, breathing thing that change with time. You see, the crafter of the U.S. Constitution, it continues to evolve at the time change it if amendment need to be made. When we came from that war, it was time for reforms. Where we failed to fix those things. Go back to the Constitution. You are crafting, you are putting executive order, executive order, executive. Let me tell you something. Let me say again. When your Christmas will be good, you will know from the eve. And I will end here, Lofa. So let's create a working system, a system that is based on meritocracy. You're talking about Ellen Johnson Sirleaf say her son squander 100 million. Bwaka has signed his nephew, which is like his son, that were also there. Bwaka's son were in the government until about 7 months ago before he resigned. He retired or resigned to go run his father's campaign. The very George Weah government that we say were corrupt. The very George Weah government that you say was a killer. I say it, and I still stand by it, okay? Guess what? Guess what? More Ali say if they don't win the election, George Weah can stay. So it was not a matter of emergency or a matter of rescue. It was a matter of you who sitting in the seat do not belong there. It belongs to me and I'm entitled. And this is what we're speaking to. And so long some of us are alive, I love Liberia more than any other country in the world. And because of that, in my James Baldwin War, I would perpetually criticize her as I gave recommendation. Right now, we need to cut back on the hiring. We need to get the best brain among us to hold up that country and restructure it. And then we can create a space for other people to be able to live so all of us can live. Thank you, Lufa, for having me. And Emmerich, it's always good hanging out with you. Pee-wee, I see you talking about CDC and we said, but you know what? It's good to be here. I take the challenge any day. Whatever topic you want to come, I'm ready. I think we need to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you, says yes, Sandy. I see a lot of people.
I
see a lot of people recommending that this Saturday we bring back the round table, but we will think about that based on our availability. We're thinking.
If people don't understand, this is a lot of work.
It is a lot of work, and I'm gonna say to you, yeah, it is a lot of work, but I have to deal with Alex and Pee-wee going back and forth. It's not something we play with. So, but let's get my brother Pee-wee in here. My brother, this is on to you again. The floor does respond and close us up on whatever else. Let's hear from you, boss man.
Yes, I just wanted to go over certain issue. I mean, sometimes it's necessary that we come off hard with some punches. Sometimes necessary. It's part of the discourse and the rest of that. But former President Weah did not say he didn't do it. He don't know management. He didn't know accounting. There was no. These are information that have been carried out.
No. He said in his interview. He said
it. He didn't say that, and we.
Let the man land.
We took time to clarify this process. Right. And again, this is Liberia. Sometimes we move with information on the basis of hearsay. So there's no even. We have challenged folks to come out. We challenge folks to some journalists. We challenge to come out to play this one interview. It's never been played for the past almost 4 years. We've been talking about this thing. We've challenged folks to come and say it. There's no interview whatsoever that the president may say a pronouncement. And I just wanted to make that issue. And another thing again is that for me, I love to be. And that's me. I love to be critical, but I love to be balanced in terms of how I engage, in terms of what I want to say. If I'm different with you, I want to do something up. Like, for instance, even the vice president, the current president, so he didn't bring his son to government. That is not also true. Right? So we need to fact check most of those things. He didn't bring his son to government. You say what?
And Joseph Walker's nephew were not working for the government?
He says we are beyond his son. We are beyond that part of fact checking right now. We're closing up.
Yeah, so some of the information I would love to correct them. But again, the reason why we sound the way we sound in some cases is not like we don't want to be harsh or just criticize issue. The way the structure of government has been, our bureaucracy is quite different. And sometimes, again, it's part of the way we structure ourselves as a people. I understand that the country, as Alex was trying to say, the country will struggle in doing a lot of things in the country. I agree. We've got a lot of our people living in poverty. That's an open fight. But the government will come and government will go. For instance, one thing I said, I mean, there are people on Madame Sirleaf government. Manasari government, one of the government, the thing Manasari did for the country, he said she didn't perform. Then go back and research. When Manasari took over Liberia 2006, the entire structure of our governance system was broken. There was nothing functional in the country. What that honorable woman did for Liberia was she restructured the pattern of governance and brought us back to the committee. We were a pariah state, brought us back to the Committee of Nations, beginning to restructure the system of governance. That's how you saw Anthony Sari then coming to begin the process of structuring the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning. He brought the Civil Service Senior Management Program came back to bear. The structure of government began to get some strength. So if you're to take it from that perspective, she did a lot of work for our country. A lot more work she did. Everything was broken. Everything completely was broken. She used her international expertise and a rapprochement with international partners, both bilateral and multilateralism. She introduced a system to reboot the country. The country was completely broken. So if you have to come today and sit and say she didn't do nothing, that meaning I will question your assessment ability of how you saw the country and where the country was when we went through the devastating civil crisis. Every government will have some problem in the country. Are we there? Absolutely no. But we're moving on. We should do some sober reflection to understand what is our priority and how can we merge ourselves with the tendency of our priority in impacting the country in different sectors of our governance. There are structural policy areas in our country. How do we engage those structural policy areas? And that's part of the reason why we try to do some amendment in our local government. Can we now begin to give power to the people, the local people, so the local government, so there's a local government act. So those structures is what we need to do, and how we can change the mindset, how we can re-engage the people to change the development. But because we started this for a year, we're failing. Why are we failing? And that's why policy expert, we looking at those perspectives. We need to change the mindset of governance. And how can we do that? Engage the local people, get the local people involved in the governance process. The superintendent, the development superintendent, the assistant superintendent for fiscal affairs, all of those people will have a roadmap, and that roadmap will get towards structuring a country that will change the process. How can we encourage those local institutions that are doing investment, for instance, Bill Mountains that are having the problem in Cape Mount? Why is part of the social corporate responsibility that is not keeping, that are bringing the problem with the local landowners? Those in the MDL. So we need to structure the process of all of the mineral agreement, all of the social services that those companies or those institutions committed to the people. Are they keeping?
So why you didn't do it? You were dancing Bugatti.
No, come on. I mean, the pattern have to change. We have to do a re-evaluation and evaluation of the methodology deployed, and be very, very much systematic about how you're going to do it. If you try this system, it's just in development science. It is in development science.
For 6 years, they do it.
I think you sound to me, you sound more theoretical though. You sound more theoretical.
It's not theory we're talking here.
Guys, let's not do this. Let's be real.
Yeah, it's not. And you see, like when I'm talking about the end, they want to stop me.
And it's theoretical or practical. Let him land, and then we'll get to
Emre is intentional, right? He wanted to distract me.
No, I'm done. I'm sorry. I apologize. You can go on.
Don't worry. We're here.
Yeah. So basically, that's part of the reason. And if we start to deploy the kind of strategy, trust me, we're going to change the system. If the people themselves are engaged, now we're talking about even electing superintendents, basically. If superintendents are elected in the country, it changes the trajectory of how the engagement methodology is going to be, how we want to change our sector in our various areas, the local government area. Because the superintendent will no longer be serving at the will and pleasure of the president. Then we're going to see the way the structure is going to go. There was a time we came up with the county development process. That is woefully it failed. Do you know why it failed? It failed because we are greedy set of people. All of our lawmakers started to say they want to do their own individual projects, hiring their own individual contractors, contrary to the methodology of the focused planning issue of Liberia. So we have to all engage this issue and bring our expertise. Now, if we sit here in the diaspora, that's why I'm saying that we're trying to encourage some process that diaspora Liberians should not always only criticize, some engage. We all should get engaged and involved with the development of our country. It's important. And that's why let me hail Lofa for the process, right? We come up, we will have to engage. Sometimes we come heavy, we come down hard on some people. But we have to understand that if we were to do those things and wanting to see that we as individuals, we have to contribute to the government. Even when we are outside government, we contribute to the government and be more realistic in terms of our assessment to the process. If our assessment to the process is realistic, we should come up with a realistic issue. I was reading the audit report coming from the Auditor General about this recent withdrawals made for the past administration and the rest of that. It's concerning. I just came from reading it this evening. It's very much concerning.
Thank you.
Right, so it's important that we have to all do that and the rest of it. But my dear sister, it's a very wonderful time interacting with you, your friend, and I'd love to see folks that will all come on the platform contributing to the country and the rest of that. And so, I mean, thank you. And Alex, good to see you. I hope you in the Des Moines area again. You're not going on vacation. We'll try to find some time and go back and start taking your cigar.
Let's go to
thank you.
We're kind of shut us off here. Hopefully, I'll be given the opportunity to contribute as well. It's a hard thing serving as a moderator, and I hate being a moderator, but I would do it. But Emmerich, let's hear from you.
Yeah, I'm going to stick in the accounting and finance area because the whole idea of this show is the asset recovery.
Yes.
I'll go back on my statement, right? That we don't have a structure in our country. That's the first thing. You can never ever be successful or structure. I think to me, any government that will want to succeed, should focus, because if we don't have the foundation, nothing you're going to do going to work. The foundation in terms of our laws, the judiciary system, strengthening it, make sure that the autonomous agencies, they have their independence. Make sure you have proper accounting process in place. Make sure you have controls. Make sure you stop the bleeding before you can even start to have policies in place, policies in terms of your agenda. Because if you don't have control, you don't have structure, nothing can be done, nothing can be achieved. You can do it, but you'll not achieve anything. It surprises me that the ministries, I will tell you this, I don't know, but maybe I should have spoken with people. I've been doing my research, I'm on a project, that they don't even produce financial statements. They don't. The different ministries in the country. That's troubling. How can you measure? You see, one thing to measure how well a ministry is doing is through the financial statement. You can see the financial statement and know. Even if you receive a budgetary allotment, you can still create financial statements. They don't. And I did not believe it, that our ministries in Liberia don't have financial statements. I was shocked. And I'm hoping that I can speak with Amara Kone, your buddy, tomorrow, because we scheduled to speak on this. I don't know what financial background.
Hold on one second. You do to speak with Amara Kone tomorrow?
Yeah, it's something I'm doing a research, and then I'm going to have a proposal. I'm doing a whole proposal for the country because
can you give me a asset declaration while you're at it, please?
I will channel your message to him. I will tell him you are concerned. So you see the issue there, the wasteful spending. If you cannot show, you cannot measure through the financial statement. Look at our assets, right? We don't even have a centralized area in the country. Our leases in the country, we don't have a centralized area in the country where we can. Well, the finance minister will tell you how much money the government spends on leases. If you don't have a system in place, that's the reason why you see the budget, right? You just pick up numbers from the head. Oh, let's just put 100,000. Oh, let's just put 300,000 here. You don't do it that way. That's not how to derive out a budget. That's not how to do estimates.
Don't do it that way. It's not the way it's done.
No, I'm not saying I'm being. What do you mean by that's not how it's done?
No, it's not how it's done. No.
No, but in some places that's how it's done.
We said no.
So no. In some places that's how it's done. In some places that's how it's done. Do you go by historical? Do you go by historical cost?
Office.
Do you go by history? Some places, yeah, you go by history, but some places, for instance, how do you say it's not done by that? But then the budget for the president's office from one president to the other is so discretionary. So it's the disparity. You see the disparity. Why? If it's not done that way, okay, then you can tell me how it's done. If it's not done that way, how can the education ministry have a budget of 500,000, or for instance, 500,000? The next time the budget is 300,000 or 300 million.
Simple.
How? Wait. Yeah, okay, how? Why?
Simple.
Okay, let's have the
quickly,
conversation.
Jeff, few seconds.
No. Let's have the conversation right now.
Yeah,
let's have the
complete. Jeff, few seconds.
Wait. I know I'm driving to. I
want you to land.
Okay, this is the point, right? If you don't have extra programs to justify for the increase, okay, you're not talking about extra programs to justify for the increase in that budget. Nothing there to justify. And people is telling me that no, they don't. It's not arbitrarily to their discretion, right? But at the same time, too, you say NSA, you just put money into NSA. You put money into NSA, and you don't even explain, you don't measure what was done with that money. Then you say it's not discretionary. It is discretionary. On some lines on the budget is discretionary. Some of the lines not discretionary, but in most cases, this is where corruption is from. Because they say, because of classified information from the NSA, you can't audit the NSA. They put money there, PUE. And you can't say it's not discretionary. Let us be realistic. And that's the thing. I don't want you to come here and defend everything. Because if you defend everything, you're going to fall short when you myself go back and forth on this. So this is the point, right? PUE, you cannot have the ministries not producing financial statements. And you think it's okay. That's wrong. Because there are indicators you can put in and no indicators on the financial statement to know how well you're doing. When it comes to your asset, when it comes to your worth, when it comes to why you can tell the worth of certain ministry. That's how you know whether you need to hire people. That's why you know you need to cut back on the staff. Those are the things that you need to see on your financial statement to know. I know you say, the government is so complex or they got their own way of doing stuff. But the government should be very simple that everybody's supposed to understand. Even the layman in the country who cannot read and write is supposed to understand your government. If you have a problem with people living in the country understanding your government, your operations and so, then there's a fundamental problem.
Thank you.
Maybe they just don't know, or you don't know what you're doing, or you don't know how to relate to them. The only relatability aspect to them is when you want their votes. But once you don't want their vote, you don't think that they are counted. You don't think that their voice, you don't think that they have to be respected in the process. But you see, when they say being equitable, right? The Constitution says it, PUE. If you are a constitutional person, you talk about the Constitution, it says that the wealth of the country, it has to be fairly distributed. It has to be
equitable distribution.
Yes, the Constitution says it. But then you can look at the Constitution, you ignore that part. All right, you don't talk about it. That the man in Nugutan, the man in West Point, the man in Zogowi, those people, they are all important when it comes to the resources of our country. I thank you all, and I thank you, Lofa, for this show.
Thank you, guys. Thanks to all of you, our listening audience, contributors. Tonight was a wonderful conversation. I'm going to use this time to just remind myself of something that I learned. When I worked with IBM as a system security analyst, my manager said to me in one of our huddles, all right, he said, learn to make your case during the elevator conversation. And I was like, the hell? What do you mean the elevator's conversation? And then he went in detail to explain to me. He said, if you were opportune to meet the CEO of IBM in the elevator, you have 30 seconds to make your case. Okay, no more than that, no less. You have 30 seconds. I'm going to give all of you my time,
30 seconds. And if you go anything above 30 seconds, I'm going to cut you off. 30 seconds. Make your case in the closing argument on this platform. 30 seconds and be remembered for what you will love to be remembered for. We'll start with our brother Legend. Make your case. 30 seconds. What would you want to be remembered for in everything that we discuss here tonight? Let's hear from you.
I always strive to be one Liberian who do his utmost to be as objective as possible. I think I stand on that. We all have biases, but I try not to let my biases becloud my rational judgment as a Liberian. And with that said, that's the reason why I always, when I proffer my arguments, I always say, put country first. Forget party lineage. Forget political leader affiliation or whoever you are aligned with. Put your country first. So yeah, I would retire right there.
Thank you, Alex.
Well, a guy who's told the truth is willing to help the country improve, who disparage mediocrity and incompetence. And I agree with Emery, you need financial statement, but these people don't know the significance of it. And these are the people who are running the country. I'm the guy to tell them that they're incompetent and Liberia will continue to suffer and become poor and useless until we get people who understand how to manage the economy.
Thank you. Yes, Sandy.
I'm a working woman who want a working system, a system that is that promotes equity, that promotes meritocracy, and I seek justice and accountability for all Liberian. That's the only way we can move Liberia forward. If those things are put in place, then we're ready to force forward.
Thank you. Emric, let's hear from you. You're muted.
We are all Liberians. We want to see a better Liberia. I would say, brilliant ideas, but we should accept, another person's dissension and embrace it because it makes us better. With the new government, I fully support once they do it right. I fully support them. I'm not here a bitter person to say I'm against President Boyka. I just want him to succeed. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, and finally, let's hear from my brother Pee Wee. Don't me look I can't go bad, bro.
You are muted though, I think.
Go ahead, Pee Wee.
We should be truthful to what we say, and we should do our commitment. The rest of that. So, but quickly, I will come out to say we do present financial statement. As a matter of fact, if you don't present your financial statement, the legislature would not include you part of the next budget year, the year now. So there's a financial statement given. It's part of Article 34 of the Constitution of Liberia, and the legislature ensure that those implementation is always on the process. So yes, there's a process of that. Have a very wonderful evening. I don't want to play Lofa. I don't want to carry Lofa backwards. So he keep but we
Lofa, please tell us what you want to yeah. So next time we can discuss it.
And I just want to say
in the valise, the financial statement you're talking about in the valise.
It's part of that.
It was a conversation though. Next Saturday, we will try to we will send the invitation out again. If you are interested in being a part of the conversation, I know a lot of you on here are interested. I'm already getting seriously, people are inboxing me. Lofa, I want to be on. We'll bring back the round table. We will do what we can in the best interest of Mama Liberia, and we will start at 8:00. Hopefully, everybody who choose to be a part of the conversation can be here. But I'm grateful that all of you guys, wonderful people, can be on here to educate us on what we need to do to move Liberia forward. Guys, you had a wonderful, wonderful time on here. I can't say how much more I am very appreciative of your contribution to Talk Liberia on the Cross Africa Network. As often said, I'm your host, your humble 7 Lofa Julius, and we come to you live from the People's City of Raleigh, the state of North Carolina. We are out. Enjoy yourselves. Thank you all.
I'm sending you my bill for the night, Lofa.
Thank you.
Good night.
I'll pay for it. Send your bill.
Okay. All right. Bye.
Yeah, you guys have yourselves a wonderful time, man. It was a good show.
It was a
Listen to
spiritual show, brother. Have a good night. We appreciate it a lot.
no,
Great
definitely.
conversation. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you for accepting the invitation and being a part of it, brother. It was wonderful. I appreciate you. Yep.
When they were coming, they said they were freedom fighters. When they were coming, they said they were liberators. But when they killed their crown, they changed their mind. When they killed their crown, they changed their mind. What kind of people they so?
They are freedom fighters.
What kind of people they so?
They are freedom fighters.
You freedom fighter, you raping our women.
They are freedom fighters.
Freedom fighter, you killing our children.
They are freedom fighters.
Freedom fighter, you destroying our country.
They are freedom fighters.
Ayo, 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 ayo. Ayo, ayo, ayo. Ayo, 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 ayo. Ayo, ayo, ayo. Ayo, 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 ayo. Ayo, ayo, ayo. Ayo, yo, ayo, ayo. Ayo, 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 ayo. When they were coming, they said they were liberators. When they were coming, they said they were liberators. But when they killed their ground, they changed their mind. When they killed their ground, they changed their mind. What kind of people they so?
They are freedom fighters.
What kind of people they so?
They are freedom fighters.
You freedom fighter, you raping our women.
They are freedom
You
fighters.
freedom fighter, you killing our children.
They are freedom
You
fighters.
freedom fighter, you destroying our country.
They are freedom fighters.
Ayo, 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 ayo. Ayo, ayo, ayo. Ayo, yo, ayo, ayo. Ayo, 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 ayo. Ayo, 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 ayo. Ayo, ayo, ayo. Ayo, yo, ayo, ayo. Ayo, 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 ayo. Music. Aha. Wani maki enye wara wa monyonju kweyan. Wani maki enye wara wa monyonju kweyan. Ke wana wa kuna ngira. Wasia wa pebi abu. Wana wa kuna ngomwe. Wasia wa pebi abu. Kena be monye be niaka.
I'm a freedom fighter.
Oh, wa monye o.
I'm a freedom fighter.
Ma freedom fighter ke ni nyonyo bi okwa.
I'm sorry, folks. I'm speaking through the muted mic. Tomorrow will not be a political discussion, but it will be mainly sports. We will have as our guest panelist in the studio. We will have the coach for the Liberia Lone Star track meet, the track and field, who will be in studio with us to discuss Liberia sports. So please do not fail us. Be a part of the conversation. 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Come out here listening to Mr. Kelvin Soko, who is or who was the track and field coach for the Liberian Lone Star, and we would try to get in Bill Rogers, who should also be a part of the conversation, and they would tell the story, what they think about Mama Liberia, and where they think that we can move the country to in the best interests of Mama Liberia. But folks, until then, I want to say thank you all for being here. We will do our part and we'll do the best we can. And until then, we say you all have yourselves a wonderful, wonderful night. Do not stay away from tomorrow's conversation because you heard it's about sports. I know a lot of you love to hear the political discussion. I don't think I will see Ja Eddie here. I don't think I will see with Love LIB here. I don't think I will see Double Helena Besa and Dennis Kennedy Jr. Senior. I don't think I will see a lot of you guys here because it's not going to be political. But I challenge you guys. Come here, all right? John Hina, come and challenge these people. Look, Lone Star needs to be far better than she is right now when it comes to sports. I'm not specifically addressing the issue of soccer, okay? I'm addressing the issue in its totality. Track and field, soccer, kickball, women's soccer, and other these things. It needs to be discussed. We have a new coach. How can we support this coach in his endeavor? How can we show to him that we are united under one umbrella and we love our Lone Star? We want the soccer team to go to the best position ever when it comes to soccer. Look, we have football players going to Liberia now. I just heard there's an NFL player going to Liberia. If I don't see you here tomorrow, the next time you come on here, we will block you. No, I'm just kidding. We're not going to block you, but we're going to call you out. Tomorrow, come out here, share the video, be a part of the conversation, and we hope that you will understand that the Liberia soccer Lone Star and of course the track and field, the coaches are going to be on and they will be a part of the conversation. So please join us. Until then, folks, you'll have yourselves a wonderful night. I'm sorry I kept you longer than I expected. I'm out. Peace.
When they welcome me, they say they were freedom fighters. When they welcome me, they say they were liberators. But when they kill their crown, they change their mind. When they kill their crown, they change their mind. What kind of people they so?
They are freedom fighters.
What kind of people they so?
They are freedom fighters.
You freedom fighter, you raping our women.
They are freedom fighters.
Freedom fighter, you killing our children.
They are freedom fighters.
Freedom fighter, you destroying our country.
They are freedom fighters.
Ayo, 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 ayo. Ayo, ayo, ayo. Ayo, 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 ayo. Ayo, 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 ayo. Ayo, 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 ayo. Ayo, ayo, ayo. Ayo.